Hello, hi everyone. Welcome to the live. So today I've got a very special guest with me. We're just going to wait a few minutes for everybody to come in. Sorry if I'm a few minutes late, but anyway, so welcome back to the Unfiltered. Now, I've always felt that something, or let me say, some elements of this case are more than a little bit unusual. And I think those of you that have been watching this channel probably feel the same way. Now, when I say unusual, I know people lately online, if you comment about anything, they think that you are a conspiracy theorist. But I feel that it is reasonable for us to ask questions, whether it's about the timing aspects or the patterns that raise questions. And I think we all just want to know how deep this story really goes. I do want to apologize for the echo in this room. But anyway, so today I'm going to be joined by anthropologist and novelist Rashid Dossett, and he's from the Netherlands. So I was really happy when Rashid reached out to me by email, and we had quite an interesting chat. So welcome, Rashid. I can't wait for everybody to hear about your findings and your thoughts on this case. Let me put you on.
Okay, can you hear me?
Welcome.
Oh, okay, you can hear me. Okay, that's good. Well, thanks for having me on, Wendy. And yes, for your viewers, I'm Rashid Dossett. I was born in Curaçao in the Caribbean. It's part of the Kingdom of the Netherlands. I grew up in the Netherlands also. I have Dutch nationality. I also am an anthropologist and a sociologist also, so I do both. And yes, I have 3 master's degrees, so you can see them all over here with receipts. So yes, you can verify it. Am I educated? And also, for example, these are 2 theses, 2 master theses I wrote. One over here, one over here also. And I'm also a novelist. I have a bunch of books I've published. They're all mine. R E Dossett, you can see it. So yeah.
They're in your channel. It's linked in the description. So I would say to everybody, go and check out Rashid's channel. And then I did see the books are all under your description. So definitely worth a read. If you've also been wondering what is really going on or what's potentially really behind this case, because we've had quite an interesting chat regarding this Idaho Four case, and with a lot of things coming out. We got to talking about, the fact, when you reached out to me, I was pretty impressed by what we spoke about, because I always felt that there was something a little bit ritualistic. And, when you mention the word ritual, I think people get this weird idea. They think of these dark candles and people in robes and, just doing all sorts of strange things. But it isn't always like that. So when we talk about a ritual, it's not quite the way people imagine a ritual to be. And I'd like you to explain a little bit about that aspect, if you would.
Okay, that's good. Can you hear me well? I want to know for sure. You can hear me well?
Yeah, let's do that. I'm going to try my best to keep up with the chat. Can everybody hear what is going on? Oh, Skull Mackay, how are you? I can't wait to do a video with you again. Good to see you always.
All right.
Guys, let us know if you can hear. I'm going to try to keep up with the chat.
Just for sure, so when I do explain it, everyone can follow me. So can you all hear me?
Seems like everybody can. Things seems like they can.
Okay. Then I could start. So, a ritual. When you hear the word ritual, you get images like candles, pentagrams, or people around the circle, those are images you were shown of what the ritual is about. Our human mind works with associations. This is how you learn as a child. What's an apple? What's a pear? Also, as a human being, you develop triggers over time in your nervous system. For example, if you went to the stove as a child, want to touch the stove, your mom would tell you, don't touch the stove. Why? Because if you did, you would be burnt. Or they would tell you, go to sleep well at night. Go to sleep early, because you don't sleep early, you're tired often. So your body builds up triggers. Your first name is a trigger. If everyone said Kevin while I grew up, I would think my name is Kevin. But they said Rashid, so my name is Rashid. So triggers are natural. How we build, so we relate to one another. And triggers are not just something that affects your brain, also your nervous system of your body as a whole. So if someone grew up, for example, I grew up in the Netherlands, and a lot of pets here, a lot of dogs here are kind of ready to jump on you when they see you. So I kind of had bad experience with dogs. When I went to Guatemala in 2019 for my field work for my second master degree, there were stray dogs everywhere. They came close. It was a completely different experience. At first, my body was like, ooh. But then I realized, hold on a minute, these dogs are not like the dogs over there, because there's animal abuse often happens in Netherlands too, unfortunately. But that's it. Your body has triggers. Why is it important to understand triggers, how it affects your physical body? Because a ritual is meant to install a long-term trigger in your nervous system. That's what a ritual really is. For example, let's say you're in a classroom and one child is, eating candy, and the teacher screams at the child, "Stop eating candy, Andy," or Robert, or whatever. The child gets shocked, whatever. Everyone else is shocked. What's the purpose of this? Overwhelming exposure can be experienced as traumatic. So now others were not treated this way, but they witnessed it. And because the brain and the body, our actual physical suit, cannot distinguish fact from fiction, when you experience something, whether it's on a screen or in real life, your brain cannot distinguish whether it's happening to you or someone else. It's just happening. Okay, so you develop this trigger in you. You want, when a teacher walks in, let's comply. And now, triggers, as I said before, not people think trigger is something traumatic, not altered or traumatic. So your first name, your favorite dish. So if you're someone from Italy and you mention pineapple on pizza, you may not get a bad reaction because it's culture. So triggers are natural, but the thing with the ritual is, in a ritual, you want to install a defect really in someone's nervous system so they'll comply. Now, can a ritual be something positive? But if a ritual is positive, it's called a tradition, or it's just a custom. So a ritual that is not related to trauma, it's just a custom or a tradition if it goes more than 20 years back. A ritual, when it's trauma-based, just a ritual, because what happens is your nervous system gets a trigger, and if everyone around you has the same trigger, you all kind of bond together based on this dysfunction. And now, because again, your body cannot distinguish fact from fiction, you will perceive this traumatic bonding as real, even though it's artificially induced. So what happens now is that you end up enacting a behavior or even an attitude that you think is just purely you, but just a reflex against avoiding pain. And since ancient times, ritual has been the way societies govern themselves. And as anthropologists always think is community from society. Community are the people actually living in a place, whether it's a village or whatever. Society are just the adults, the population wanted to avoid discomfort by following a pattern. You follow me? So rituals can be done by a community, but most of the time it's a societal thing, just to make you go in this direction. Now, rituals are often decorated with parties, with festivals, or decorated with ornaments. That is to give a bit more of the core and make it more comfortable. Because if a ritual be done pure like that, in your face like that, without any decoration, you're going to feel very quickly that something's off. But because it's decorated, now you're more kind of willing, now you have this comfort association in your body. And because of this, you tend to forget the traumatic part. the traumatic part still affects you, but you take automatic about the reward that be associated with it. So that's why the rituals are often associated with a reward immediately or a reward season, because that's how you remain comfortable with it. Because if that wouldn't be there, you would default very quickly. I just want to give this extended explanation on what a ritual actually is. You get it?
Yes.
Okay, good.
So our perception of it is completely different depending whether it's a positive or a negative ritual.
Yeah.
Hi, Blu-ray and Lucy. Sorry, guys, I'm trying to keep up with the chat, but I don't want you to miss anything that Rashid has to say, because we are going to be talking about the ritual aspects of this crime in particular. And like he said, you know, it's a trigger that you experience growing up. But I'll let you continue, Rashid.
Okay. For example, I grew up in the Netherlands, and crime happens here too, like everywhere. People go missing, there are cold cases, all of that. However, one thing a lot of people say we don't want to go to is the ritual aspect. Because once you address the ritual aspect, you're going to realize that it gets a bit too dark for a lot of people. They want to keep it conspiratorial, or there must be some secret side behind the scenes over there, or there must, some people go to say it's aliens, it's whatever. People go any other direction, then they say, you know what, this will be something that's societally installed. And when I looked at the Idaho Four case the first time, it was a while back in late 2022, for quadruple murder. First, one thing I realized is that they're all from European descent. That's what I noticed the first time thing. And it was in a town where you have a big people from European diaspora also. And also, very quickly, they found the perpetrator, and they kept focusing on him all the time. So I thought, okay, this is a bit weird. But I remembered Idaho. Anytime I looked up Idaho before, I found scandals of politicians, of drug dealing. So you didn't find much positive, much wholesome stuff about Idaho before. But now
it was something we discussed about a 2020 pandemic that was going on. So basically, Idaho was relatively unknown to the whole world. I mean, nobody knew about Idaho at all.
And if you did look it up, it's not like California or Florida or any state that would actually jump to your face like, oh, they have movies over there, or they have the science center over there, or they have national district over there, like in New York City. So it was really unknown.
Stalking's channel is actually called Idaho Scandals, which is very appropriate, I think. You know, when you look at this case, because that's Idaho Scandals, so that's pretty much the perfect name for his channel that he's got.
Continue.
Yeah, anyway, go on.
Okay, so afterwards, type in Idaho, those four faces pop up. It's a tragedy, of course. And instantly, a lot of sympathy goes towards Idaho now. So now, if you want to mention the incompetence and the scandals, people look at you like you're the problem. And then making it down to me, is this a criminal sympathy ritual? Oh, just for your audience, a criminal sympathy ritual is when a cult conducts an actual crime with actual victims. So it's not a false, it's not a hoax like me proclaiming. It's an actual crime with actual victims.
It's not a conspiracy theory.
Yeah, you do it just to trigger sympathy to the local population, so that nobody asks any other questions about the locals over there. So,
are you basically saying that also that this cult will basically come to the rescue of this community in that kind of instance?
Okay, let me clarify for those who are watching, because not everyone's an anthropologist, not everyone's looking with my deep analysis of things. Look, cults, what is a cult? A cult is a group that wants to avoid reality deeply. Now, you can have friends or family or people doing an activity just to have a good time. That's not a cult. You can be deeply involved in loving books, or I do cosplay from time to time. That's not a cult. A cult is when people are insisting on avoiding reality, the specifically they're avoiding, so they become very extremely attached to a specific topic. It could be saving the world, saving the climate, or catching pedophiles, whatever. It's another thing that's in the recent United States with the Epstein files. So you think that they're all about what they say they're about, but really they're about avoidance. Now, cults are common in our human history, but then you also have satanic cults. Now, what's the difference between just a common cult and a satanic cult? Is a satanic cult really goes that far. They actually want to be involved with malevolent entities and actually want to do a lot of rituals, actually with the real victimization. They believe in the strength of victimization, and they believe that they have the mandate from the quote-unquote gods to intervene when the public gets unstable. So in ancient times, satanic cults were actually the norm. They were the priest class that were above the kings and the emperors, even the pharaohs. Though to the influence of Christianity around in the 4th century AD, after the edict anyway, yet a few edicts were issued. After that, the priest classes went underground because they were not tolerating much anymore. So the priest class went underground, including their finance went underground, and they end up in what we now call the criminal world. So crime, the criminal world, and satanic cults are intertwined because they will operate in the same sphere. So, of course, there are new groups coming up here and there, some disappear, but now you know the background of satanic cults. They base off the continuation of ancient priest classes that they want to continue into the present. Obviously,
let me ask you then about the politics behind these kind of cults and their illegal blood rituals, because they hide under the pretense of Christianity. So, do you want to elaborate on the political background behind these illegal, if you don't mind?
No, that's perfectly fine. Okay. For example, today we have this thing called the rule of law. So you have a group of people called the state or the government, and they feel entitled to violence to keep the population in check. And then you have this thing called the court of law, where they decide when it's okay for the government to intervene or not. We grew up with it, we're used to it. That's not how it used to be throughout human history. Now you had ancient states like ancient Egypt, you had the Babylonians, the Middle Persians, ancient Greece, ancient Rome. Yes, states like that in the past, but they relied mostly on ritual to keep population in check. It's only since the 18th going to 19th century that idea of the state being your end all be all became the norm. So this is how it works with ritual. With ritual, you commit a transgression against your own people, but you frame it as a necessity, or you frame it as the victim deserved it. And by doing that, the public now is absolved from allowing it to happen. For example, if you go to ancient Greece now, Greece in ancient times is not a country. You have different city-states amongst the Greeks, even different dialects. So in ancient Greece, there was a tradition called the pharmakos, where it was too much contention in a city or a town, they would select anyone, often a young man or young woman, someone who actually was marginalized, and they would follow them around, stalk them to a cliff, and everyone get onto the cliff till the individual falls down and dies. And there was, or they would do it in a different way. Anyway, the community would actually kill someone. And the idea was we all do it together, so nobody can say, I wasn't part of it, I'm not to do with that. So, and the thing is, the idea is that the whole community projects a psychological discomfort on the victim. And because there's an intense release that everyone experiences, and this bonds people together in this thick bond that fits over time.
And when you say that, it's very interesting because when you bring up this concept that everybody could have actually been in on this, people kind of lose their mind. You know, I've seen this whole story going, you're either going with a fraternity theory or you're going with the drug angle. And I think they're both tied together because people can't comprehend that an entire town could be in on something. It's very, very hard for them to understand the fact that everybody can be keeping a secret, because as you mentioned to me before, which I found very interesting, is and it does seem that way. This was planned long before it happened. Am I correct in saying that?
Yeah.
It was your
So the thing is, when you look at the ritual crime, okay, crime in general happens, okay? Not every crime is a ritual. For example, today is Friday 13th, if I'm correct. Yes, Friday 13th. If you have a car accident Friday 13th, doesn't mean that it's a ritual. I mean, bad things can happen on this day, Friday 13th. If someone's age 33, which is a ritual number, quite esteemed in occult, and they got killed, doesn't mean it's a ritual. People sometimes die at age 33 because of accidents or because they didn't take care of themselves. So, no. What the difference between just common tragedies and a ritual crime is that it's premeditated for months and it's meant to install a trigger in the population. That's the whole purpose, to install a trigger. And like in ancient times, it was locally. They locally killed their own to get relief. Eventually, when after Alexander from Macedonia established the Greek Empire, they wanted to make sure it was more organized by the government. So now you have the court system set up in the name of the Greek entities. Later, Rome took over the Greek system and continued it in a more softer Greek culture called the Roman culture. So they adopted the Greek language, the Greek gods, all of that. So actually Greece 2.0, a bit more softer ancient Greek culture for the Celts. They're also part of the Roman Empire now. So they continue this. So you have the court system, only for extreme cases, but overall, locally, if the public would kill one of their own, they would write, oh, it's an accident or a tragedy, whatever. The government wouldn't mind. If it's into your face, now the state will get involved. So that's how history.
Does this go all the way back? This whole it goes back obviously to the Greek gods, and it also goes back to the founding fathers, right? So I think that's something we also touched on as you're talking about that now.
Yeah. So I'm sorry for giving too much research. I just want your followers to get the context of what is this, so they don't get any fresh information here and there. Because conspiracy theorists like to do fresh information here and there without any context. Okay. So the thing is, it's only since the 19th century that the idea came up, look, human beings had this effect that we want to escape, which is what the Bible calls sin. Other religions call it differently, but we tend to escape and be neglectful, which is a bad thing. We can't stop people being neglectful because it's the fact that we can't fix, but we have to manage it. So the idea now came up amongst Europeans after Napoleon messed up the continent, that, you know what, people want to escape badly, they want relief. Well, the relief seeker can become bloody. So you know what, now the government now will do it for the people. And everyone within a territory with imaginary lines, what we call the state, the country, everyone within that territory is now subjected to this right of the public. So the idea of political sovereignty literally means that if you are born or reside in a given area, the society that's there has a right to your life. However, they're not allowed to do it themselves. They have to complain and murmur with their authorities, so the authorities can set you up and give them the blood release they want. And the national flag, by the way, you can use a flag as an identifier. Like, you're from South Africa, I'm from the Netherlands, I can use a flag, but in nationalism, the flag represents who has the right to kill you and who has the right to take advantage of you. And that flag, for example, if you wave the US flag in the United States of America, what you're actually saying is that the society in this area called the United States has a right to violate me and I have to shut my mouth. That means if you're in the United States and they do something towards you, it's a total matter. If you're a US citizen, go to Australia and they want to sacrifice you, no. He or she is the property of the United States. Now Australia has to protect you. So the idea of nationality that came up after 1815 in Europe is based on the right to kill. So it's not actually nationality of where you're from, who are your grandparents, what's your culture, based on which group of people can consider you a sacrifice when necessary. And we were raised to believe that that's the way it should be. It's the way to have order. But as an apology, I see right through it, y'all. It's people just want to release, and they want to be able to victimize people at ease without being called out. So racial sacrifice still happens, but the authorities kind of keeping it in check. Also because the blood sacrifices over time throughout the century become less and less impactful due to the influence of Christianity. The Christianity kind of weakens the impact of blood sacrifice. So, for example, in ancient Rome or in ancient Persia, you may have the whole town may jump and beat up one guy, and everyone has to release for like 2 or 3 years. Now, you want to do the same effect, you have to take out maybe 10, 15 people now, with gunshots, all of that. And the last time Europe really want to go back to ancient times, eradicating Christianity, was Nazi Germany. And that blood sacrifice, oh Lord, it went completely out of hand. Because normally there's a limit. You give people the release, and we all continue at ease again. But the thing is, in Nazi Germany, now they just couldn't stop anymore, so they need intervention. Oh, and by the way, the Nazi party, they were worshiping Apollo, a Greek god, and that's why they seek hell. He often grace. Seek means a sun, so glory to the sun. It was the sun Apollo, and this greed with the arm that they used to do was the greed of Apollo also. Just so you know, so it was an attempt to go back to blood sacrifice, but it went out of hand. So now it's still around.
Does this, sorry to interrupt you, does this form part of the Germanic deities?
Yes, that has to do with the worship of Germanic deities, because in ancient times, the Germanic tribes had their own deities that they worshipped. Wodan, from Wodan we have the name for Wednesday. Wotan Tag, Wodan's Day became Wednesday. We also have Freya, that's like the word for Friday, all of that. The Germanics kind of lived in isolate from the rest of the world, amongst each other, and they were not the most friendly with one another either. So there was a kind of a domestic violence situation of Germanic tribes amongst one another. And the Greeks laid with the people from Rome, because Rome was just a state, it was not a nation. The Greeks and the people from Rome considered them barbarians because of the harsh way of life they had. Over time, the Germanic tribes incorporated a lot of the Greek and Roman ideals in their own lifestyles. And later, some of these gangs took over Western Roman Empire, which is the fall of Rome, and then you had the Catholic kingdoms emerge. So, but the thing is, the Germanic tribes became to lean more towards the Greek gods, but it kept on Germanic gods in the background. And the Germanic peoples, since ancient times, they have let go of worshiping the Germanic deities. It's just that it happens covertly. And one thing about the Germanic worshippers is that they have this attitude, they only want to deal with their own. They don't want to deal with other people, strictly their own. You have to be from Germanic or exception Slav Europeans.
Or Slavic? Is this also the Slavic people? Would they fall into that same category?
Well, throughout history, a lot of the people from Eastern Europe kind of mingled into with the Germanic. So it's very hard. So if you go to Poland, who's fully Germanic, who's part Slavic? You almost can't tell. Most of them are a mix of Germanic and Slav Europeans. They're all Europeans, but tribally, it's very hard to make distinctions. So that's why if you're Slav European, sometimes you get a pass. But if you're Mandarin European, likely not. But anyway, those worship Odin or Wodan, they have this racial bias only to their own. Oh, and by the way, this Epstein in German, this dude only wanted to European victims. Why? Because he had a bank account of this called Baal. Baal Ammon is the same entity as Wodan, whom we call Odin in the Germanic tribes. So he shows right over there that that's what he's about. And but people didn't catch it.
Very interesting that you bring that up, because it is something that we do see a lot in these files, that they're from the same descent. So yes, I actually never gave that too much of a thought. Now, I wanted to ask you a little bit about these deities that they worship. We spoke about Pan,
Mhm.
and some of the Greek gods that tie into the fraternities.
Mhm.
That's where this influence comes from. So if you want to tell
Okay.
us a little bit about that.
Yes. Okay. About this case, you had the Greek fraternities, right? Remember, Greek fraternities. The Greek life, as you know, in the United States and Western Europe now, was reintroduced in the 19th century for colleges and universities. It's not a continuation of ancient Greece. It didn't happen. And because in ancient Greece, you had various philosophers roaming around, claiming to be something. And a lot of these philosophers, I don't want to say the word, but they were into little children, if you get what I mean. It's quite
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we've got to be very sorry, guys.
yes, because it's YouTube and you have the algorithm, that's why I kind of watch my words. On my own channel, I don't mind, because your channel kind of watch. So I describe a little bit. Now,
Mm-hmm.
in ancient Greece, you had various deities they worshipped. One of them was Ganymedes, and that was actually the model for man and boy relations. So it was actually their pedo deity. So it was actually a deity worshipped. And besides that, you also had other entities, but I want to focus on this one because this Ganymedes worship continued, but now, since the Middle Ages, early Middle Ages, they called this deity Baphomet. They made this goat-like image, say this is the Baphomet creature, but it's really Ganymedes, but in a new form. And that's how they continue their unnatural lust towards children. And the idea in this worship is that if you are a strong teacher, the proof that you're a strong teacher is that you have all these little boys entrusted to you. So if when we look at something like the Epstein file, for example, and see all this going on, we get horrified thinking, but things in their horrible religion, that's proof that they are the men. That's proof that they're alpha. So yeah, the patriarchal system, a lot of people complain about. Patriarchy and male leadership are not the same thing. People say it's the same, it's not the same. Male leadership is the man use their masculinity to invest in the community. That's male leadership. Patriarchy comes from ancient Greece, where you had strong men were violent on other men, also sexually, and therefore they had the right to be the leading figures. And in Rome, they kind of softened down a little bit to keep it a bit calm, but then they called them the paterfamilias, or the patriarch. So patriarchy itself is not male leadership. A lot of people get this wrong. Patriarchy comes from grown men wanting to prove themselves at the expense of little boys. That's really what it originates from. So that's why patriarchy has this negative oppressive connotation with it, because it is oppressive. Also for men, because if you are a boy growing up or a man at the time and you're not considered alpha or considered relevant, yeah, and bad things happen to you, nobody will feel sorry for you. And it kind of still have it till this day, where a lot of men want to consider who's the alpha, who's the beta, and all. So that Greek measurement of who is the most sexually tyrannical, you still have it going on. So I just wanted to, do you understand it until now?
Yeah.
So
everybody kind of get where he's going with this. We've just got to be very careful how we word things.
Yeah, that's why I'm using long descriptions instead of saying things directly. But
I think you want to also kind of just paint a picture who forms part of the story.
Yes.
As it relates to the public and mainstream media,
Yes.
Because this is very important. I mean, people perceive these people often as very high in power. They look up to them. They are pretty much untouchable, and they actually control the media.
Yeah.
Am I correct in saying that?
Yes. Mainstream media like we have right now was established in the 19th century by the British Empire. Britain needed to justify why they were okay to rule in the world. Because Scotland didn't want to join, but they were forced to join the Union, become Great Britain. The 13 colonies wanted to leave, became the United States. So and there were a lot of riots all the time. So the British government began to colonize Australia to prove to the Scottish people the Britain is worth it. We're going to build a new country. That's why a lot of Scottish influences in early Australia just to prove to Scotland, listen, you're in good hands. The British was worth it. When the Spanish Empire was ended, 1826, when the last Spanish forces left mainland Latin America, Britain now had free reign, but yeah, who are you? So Britain now, through military intimidation, they were forcing their commerce onto the rest of the world. But for example, if a guy from Bristol in Britain wants to sell some shoes somewhere in India or Brazil, whatever, and he would go there, people can say, man, we don't need your shoes over here, man, we're perfectly fine. But if Britain sent a warship with a merchant vessel, yeah, you want to sell shoes, how much you want for them? They even increase the price. And that's how Britain intimidated the world and seeing themselves as irrelevant. But you can't use just intimidation. You have to kind of justify why you're there. So with Birth of a Nation, the white man's burden, all of that, you want to justify why you're there. So mainstream media was established to justify the imperial rule of Britain. And other powers took it over also. So when you talk about mainstream media, you need to remember it's an imperial structure that's still in the world, but now instead of Britain, every country wants to do it on their own way. That's one. And also in mainstream media, they often use illegal terms which have been normalized. For example, white people, black people. As I told you in our conversation, the term black people comes from 1685 from the Black Codes in French Code Noir by King Louis XIV of France. Wanted to put financial and sexual restrictions on the people that were colonized. The term white people comes from a poem that was used in theaters in 1613, and the government of England at the time, still a fragile state, became to use the term for everyone was financially approved to settle in their colonies in North America. So white people, white simply means financially approved. Black means you're a void, that's why we can trust you. And over time, the people began to associate white with European, where even though it doesn't usually mean European. You could have a Chinese man, Indian man, Arab man, anyone being called white if they were financially approved. And the United States of America still holds on this financial approved status. As if you apply for a job and ask, are you white? Are you Spanish? This and that? White means financial approved. A lot of people think it means European. And
it's much the same, I think, in the Netherlands, and well, not as much, but even in this country.
In the Netherlands, they use the term white, but not officially. It's just like in France, you can't do that. A Dutchman is a Dutchman, no matter your background. However,
they used to. What I'm saying is they used to, but they're actually not allowed to really use that term here as much as they would before. They would have to say Caucasian or African.
Yes, and the reason is
if you're from Middle Eastern descent, or if you're from Mexican, so you'll see it won't be as simple as it was maybe 20 years ago. You'll have a whole form to actually.
You're from South Africa, correct? Now, South Africa used to be part of the British rule also. In the British dominions, they followed common law. There you have this thing called color of law. That is when something illegal becomes normalized out of practicality. So something that's actually not okay, we let it happen because it's done too often. Because in the Middle Ages, you had a lot of castle lords misusing the flag of the King of England to enforce taxes that weren't allowed, but eventually they're allowed to happen because or else the economy couldn't function. So terms like white people, black people, all that are just color of law terms, which actually are illegal because you denounce someone's actual background, and there's no obligation. If I call you a white woman, it's just a fiction. I mean, if you
because technically, I'm not classified as a white woman. I'm white, but I'm not classified as white.
Yeah, so it's a classification based on financial access. Because if you go to the Swedish embassy or whatever and say I'm white, say yeah, okay, what does it mean? But you say I'm from Swedish descent, okay, now I can do something. If I go to Africa and say I'm black, it's looking at me like okay, yeah. But if I say I'm from West African descent, now they can work with me. So they want to use the term yellow for Asia, but Asians are actually immediately. But other ones have been kind of accepted. But just so you know, in mainstream media, they use these illegal terms that people have to normalize. Now, go back to the Idaho Four case.
Why do they do that? Because it does tie in very interestingly with with this Idaho Four case as to why they do it. It's very clever. So we're going to get to a very interesting part of the chat now. And something I really found very interesting when we spoke about is the mainstream media, but how these victims, how this became a sympathy ritual because of their background. So am I going in the right direction? Just correct me when I'm wrong.
Let me explain it a little bit more. In Idaho Four case, talk about the Greek fraternities, all of that, mainstream media. But a lot of people don't understand how mainstream media functions and what's the imperial background of it is, nor they're using illegal terms. Okay, what illegal terms? If you call someone Irish, that means you're addressing a whole people from both Ireland and proper Irish. Call someone Japanese, it's a whole people you address. So if you talk negative of someone that's Japanese, you actually are insulting a whole group of people. If you call someone white, financially approved, yeah, but there's no nation like that. If you call someone black, like Black Lives Matter, for example, I supported the cry for justice from Black Lives Matter, but not the group itself, because black means void, and you know what you're talking about. You get me? So and there also was no direction where it was going. And earlier, 2012, when me and my friends wanted to join the Black Lives Matter group, it's something to talk about. Oh, you guys are Christians. No, you need to learn about Egyptian gods, man. You guys have a lot to learn. So I already knew that, okay, this is a decoy group that you can put everything in what you want. This is why black, because it's void. So illegal terms are to psychologically reduce accountability. So that's why they keep using them. And also the way they phrase things, we'll get that later in this live stream. The way they phrase things also to cause a kind of cognitive dissonance or some type of trigger in your mind. Because in the occult, you have this thing called witch language or ritual language. That simply means in every language, you take a set of vocabulary, there are common words, and give them a second meaning. And when you talk, you have to talk in a kind of rhythmic way that kind of seems vague or spooked other people, but people also in your occult can understand exactly what you're saying. You see some politicians, like Mr. Trump. He says something, and everyone thinks, "What is the guy talking about?" But if you know ritual language, out of the code it, you know exactly what he means. Vladimir Putin does the same thing when he talks about war in Ukraine, all of that. So they use ritual language also in mainstream media, but a lot of people are not educated to recognize ritual language. That's why they kind of are tricked into a viewpoint. They are controlled into a viewpoint that otherwise would not take. So I want
to. Where they use secret symbols and communications with each other.
Yeah. Okay. Let me elaborate on the symbols right now, because a lot of misinformation about symbols out there. And the symbols have some type of power in themselves. No, they don't. If I put a pentagram on my wall right now, there's no power in the pentagram, just a piece of paint on the wall. Even though you shouldn't do it, but that's what I mean. What's the idea around symbols? Remember I told you a ritual is established trigger in your nervous system. A symbol is to codify who has leverage. That's all it is. For example, this hand sign for a lot of people means peace. Okay, if I do this, some people think, oh, shit, you mean peace. But that's the exoteric meaning people associate with it over time. But originally, this means the Baphomet. That means Ganymede. This means that deity they worship and want to go after the miners for it. But if I do this, nobody's going to. I'm not part of the call, so I don't mean Baphomet. But if someone was questionable does this, you have to honestly think, what are they saying? So a symbol can be used by common people for different purposes. That's nothing to do with its origins. So if someone has a sun symbol in the logo of a company, it does automatically mean they worship Apollo. Some people think, oh, let me use the sun as a symbol because, hey, a lot of people do it. Let me try it too. Sometimes people use even occult symbols, think it's going to be cool. Well, no, we shouldn't do that. But anyway, so exoteric meaning is how people associate it, and esoteric is what it really intends to do. Now, in the case of these old satanic groups. In ancient times, you could use common language just like ancient Greek, ancient Chinese, ancient Korean, ancient Sanskrit, whatever, to communicate with one another. Get basic languages everyone could use. Over time, when more languages developed and they get more complicated, you had to find ways for people to communicate who are part of the same mission. So if you have someone that worships Apollo from Britain, and someone that worships Apollo all the way in, let's say, Vietnam, even though the cultures there, they all worship the same deity, they have to be able to recognize one another. So they would use symbols in mathematical ways just to recognize one another. And this, and now that I'm into symbols also, a logo of a company.
I'm going to ask you about that because this was something that sorry to interrupt you, something I noticed right in the beginning. There seems to be a lot of coincidences, but I wouldn't really call it a coincidence. So I did notice these numerical patterns. I think it's just something we notice, but what our human brains do is we just kind of look at a pattern, but we don't always understand what these patterns mean. Like we'll see, for example, the crime happened on the 13th. And I think in people's subconscious, they actually don't know that also is a trigger.
Yes.
Correct. It's a trigger. It also happened on a Sunday, which is a trigger.
Yes.
You see things like 1122 King Road. People don't realize that it's triggering them, but when you say it over and over, if you go and repeat 1122, it kind of becomes something that it triggers your brain. Every time I say 1122 King Road, anybody knows because it's become a universal trigger at this point. So there's quite a lot of interesting numerology behind this. If you want to go into that,
I want to explain numerology. Okay, sorry. I want to explain numerology a bit later, but I can do it right now when we talk about logos and symbols because it's actually related. As I mentioned before, it's all about establishing trigger in your nerve system. Okay, visually it's very easy because you see a symbol all the time, so it kind of becomes trigger to you. But the thing is, our human body is so intelligent, our subconscious picks up things that we don't see, we don't realize ourselves. You know what I mean? Correct. So that's why you have subliminal messaging that they use also. So what they want to do in the underworld, that's how we call the satanic cults that operate in the background, in the underworld, which involves the criminal world also, they use logos, but also they use it in mathematical ways to put a trigger in a population. Okay, now, for example, Friday the 13th, somewhere in the past on the 13th, in the month of Friday, there was a big tragedy happened in France. People was shocked by it, and then they kept using Friday and 13th associated with bad situations. So what you do is you make sure you do bad things on Friday 13th on purpose to traumatize the public. And over time, Friday 13th kind of becomes like a subconscious thing for a lot of people. It's bad luck. Okay? But the thing is, when you talk about numerology, let's what numerology is. Numerology is a coding system on how to trigger people, especially the masses. Now, various cults used to do this, but the main ones used today is Greek magic and Egyptian magic. Yeah. I can explain both towards you. Now, let's start with Egyptian.
Let's start with the Egyptian, yeah.
Yeah. Egyptian magic, also as Babylonian magic, actually the same thing. It's not a distinction. It's more based.
Correct?
Yeah, it's from ancient times, and it's more emotionally and sex based. So what you do is you make sure you trigger unhealthy lust in people in a rhythmic way, and that's how you develop a trigger. People will begin to belong to one another. That's the Egyptian way of doing things. The Egyptian magic works locally very well. When it comes to large crowds of people, it's going to be a bit more complicated. But that's how it used to happen amongst the ancient pharaohs, also with the kings of Babylon, Assyria, and all of that. When the Greek Empire was established later on, and it was all about large land masses with various nations, you needed to have something that could be recognizable throughout all the nations. So the Greeks were all about, a lot of them were all about mathematics also. Think about Pythagoras, some of the philosophers. So they developed a type of magic. Wait, with magic, I don't mean illusionists, people that do trick with cards. That's just illusionism. With magic, it really means using triggers to get a spiritual and physical outcome you otherwise wouldn't have. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
So you can say, you can call it black magic when men do it and witchcraft when women do it, because there's a difference in how women do it and how men do it. But anyway, in Greek magic, it's all about the mathematics. You make sure people subconscious pick up a mathematical sequence through these rituals, and that mathematical sequence now begin to shape their behavior and emotions unconsciously. And this can work well over big groups of people, because you don't have to go to the same party like with Egyptian magic for you to be sexually triggered or whatever, emotionally hammered upon. It could just happen to anyone. So, for example, crucifixion. A cross is an X. Okay, an X with a long one line is longer than the other. The X in Roman numerals is 10. Okay, if you read the 10 in letters, it's Eo, which means ancient, which means sun. Okay, and the X is also pronounced as an H, and that's the abbreviation for Helios, the who's Apollo, the sun god of ancient Greeks. So if you put 3 people on a cross, crucified on 3 on you have an X, an X, and an X, or there's that Helios, 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 or 6, 6, 6, because 6 often used as a replacement for the X. A lot of people read this and think, oh, it was just 3 people being crucified. No, it was a ritual. Because
they show up in patterns, if I'm correct, 3, 6, and 9.
Yeah. Now, 3, 6, and 9 are more fluid, but the Greeks were more about the 8, the 10, the 11. They were more into these type of numbers. But the idea is you make sure people get used to a mathematical sequence, and you insist it's on the population, especially the men. Because it works well on the men, better on the women, based on the difference between male or the woman assigned, based on how the men is assigned. Egyptian magic works better on the females. The females are more able to participate in it. But Greek magic is more masculine oriented, focused on programming the men. And Greek magic, I'm going to explain the side effects on the population when it's done to a population. When Greek magic is done on the men, it kind of like in a stoic way wants to divorce them from their emotional well-being. Mm-hmm. Men are emotional, females are emotional, human beings are emotional. To act like men are purely logic, that's what humanize the men. But that's what Greek magic does. You have to be strong, firm, into maths and gymnastics, you're the man. What's the effect if you put Greek magic on population over and over again? It becomes the norm. Men begin to think that being more sociopathic with numbers is more masculine. Mm-hmm. You don't have this harmony between males and females in marriages. Sexual relationships are going to be more transactional, performance-based also because of this. If children grow up on it, then you're going to have dysfunctional children also. Later, dysfunctional adults. You're going to have toxic male-female relations also. And then you have to find a way to cope with all of these also later on. Okay? And also the way you raise children, boys, be hard on them because, hey, don't cry, you'll be a pussy. With a girl, oh, I'll give her all the sympathy she needs. So you get these toxic stereotypes also as a result. So Egyptian magic, which is the oldest type of magic, that was used for this side effect there. Can you hear me?
Oh yeah, I can still hear you. Somebody's making a noise. I could hear a noise there. I didn't know if it's Tasha or no. Okay, but you can still hear you.
But in Egyptian magic, the main side effect is that people are too emotionally triggered, and therefore too quickly resort to aggression as a result. It just happens with a lot of men. You're going to have a lot of unstable men that now needs extra compensation in the form of prostitution, harlotry, and all of that, just to keep himself calm again. So those are the side effects that can come with it. And you also have Germanic magic that's more just Greek magic with a little bit of compromise, because Germanics want to keep things a little bit more their way. So, so in numerology, again, you want to build a sequence. In Greek magic, it's based on mathematics. In Egyptian magic, based on sexual emotional pressure. So and in the world what Egyptian magic is used right now, as well as Greek magic, Europeans tend to go towards Greek magic or some Germanic magic, while people from Africa and Latin Americans be more towards Egyptian magic. But it doesn't mean that it is that every culture has its preference. So,
So with these going back to the Greek magic, that ties in with the numerology, if I'm correct.
Yes. If I'm going too fast, let me know, please.
No. I want you to actually kind of break down a little bit, at least, of the numerology that you're seeing, the patterns that, I mean, I already mentioned the 13th Sunday, and then how it ties in with how long it took them to arrest him, the victims, the names, the duplications.
Okay. Now, when you look at the Idaho Four case, now, I make a few live streams about this case, once in a while. Because I don't want to go back and forth because my channel is not a true crime channel. Just once in a while, if something becomes culturally impactful, I want to look at this, say what goes on over here. One thing I've noticed is that it seems like a criminal saintly ritual, but I'm going to make sure. Do I see the Greek magic, Egyptian magic? I want to see, do I notice anything in it? Now,
do you think they would notice the Greek, or it would play more into their biology than the Egyptian?
Now, the Egyptian magic, it has an effect on you, but it's mainly local that it works. The Greek magic tends to be more lasting in its effect.
Okay.
For example, in Egyptian magic, you would have a big part or a festival, and at the festival, everyone have a good time. Suddenly, there's a stampede, people die, or there's a big fight breaking out, people stab one another, and that's how the Egyptian magic would work. In the Greek magic, you could do it could be a terrorist attack, it could be an actual someone going missing on specific days and all that, and the reports always have this mathematical sequence in it that you get used to. So with the Greek magic, you don't have to have a direct event and people there. You can actually have people who are not present be affected in an equal way. And for example, when it comes to numerology, first of all, don't get obsessed with numerology. I mean, the satanic cults are, but we shouldn't be. But for example, let's look at Idaho Four case. If I'm correct, happened on Sunday, the 30th of November 22, correct?
Yes. No, go on.
Okay, so again, extra check.
I'm just checking the comments because Blue also put in here in the comments 1122 = 6. 11.
Oh wait, they're right doing the math for me, so I don't have to do that right now. I was going to go right there, but ready to do the math over there. So actually, more people are aware of this. But Sunday, I want to double check. I have a calendar 2022 in front of me right over here. 13th of November.
Well, look, we're going to do another live, so we can always do the numerology.
Okay, it's 13th. Okay, so
Blue's got it. So thank you, Blue. I'm just checking the chat. Sorry about that.
Okay.
There's just a basic one. And that's what I said, Blue, about when you say 1122, it just struck me as odd, given that Molly said she couldn't see the numbers on the house, and we all obviously know that she could, because it's something in every image that we see of the Idaho Four case. You notice they put that house up and it's 1122. It's unmistakable, almost like they're trying to burn it into our brain, if that makes any sense. And yes, so I think Blue's pretty much on the same page as us. Okay, I've got the comments up on the screen. Equals 6. 11, 13 = 6. Brian's birthday is odd. Yeah. Well, Lucy, sorry. Which channel? I'm a mod at this channel. Are you a mod on my channel? Thanks, Lucy. I'm going to definitely check out that. I'll show it out. Thank you. I'll do that. Tash, do you want to just screen grab that for me quickly, if you can? I don't know what Tash has done. Okay, yeah, just well, I'll just save it in the chat. I'm still waiting for Lucy to get in chat, but yeah, that's great. Thanks, Lucy. I'll have a check at that channel as well. I really appreciate that. So yes, this numerology, it feels like there's a pattern, and it feels almost comforting to us without us realizing that the pattern is there.
Yeah, it's because human beings, we want things to be predictable. Because we feel certain things are predictable. So even if something is negative, if it's at least predictable, we kind of presume it's safe, or at least a certain. That's why, for example, a lot of people who are the victims of domestic violence have a hard time leaving a situation. People say, why don't you just leave? Because the thing is, your body has been used to the rhythmic violence that happens. Or by the way, a lot of domestic abusers are also using numerology to program the victims to stay, just so you know. A lot of the domestic abusers are either warlocks, or if they're women, they're witches also doing these things. So I'm glad you brought it up. But I want to go very brief about the numerology I picked up about this case. For example, Mr. Kohberger, when he was arrested, how old was he? How young was he? 28.
28. I did keep some of our notes from our chat here. I think he works out his age. So I'm going to just put you full screen, and then yes, Lucy, everybody go subscribe to their channel where Lucy's a mod and check them out. So I'm going to put Rashid, sorry, I'm going to put you up. Sorry about that. Okay, you're meant to, what am I doing here? Sorry, guys. You can see I'm not good with this. Anyway, don't worry. Good. All right. So thanks, Blue. I appreciate it. Now, I'll just read from the notes, and Lucy, you can come in. I'm definitely interested in that kind of stuff. I'm just going to mute my my cam for a few seconds, and then I'm going to look at Rashid's notes, and he can explain. So, what you said to me actually about, the Sunday, the diet solace equals X. Maybe you want to explain a little bit about that. And
Sunday, the day of the sun. Yes, so it refers to Apollo, the sun god. That's on X already in it. Okay, but you go on with the notes. I think you're going to read them, correct? Okay, continue.
Continue.
Are you going to read the notes, or do I have to just read it from mine?
Okay, so you said X equals H, which is Helios, or Apollo, the sun god. X equal H equals Helios.
Yes.
X equals 10 in Roman numerology. 10 is pronounced as the letters Io.
Yeah, Io, yes.
Io, which means the sun in ancient Greek, referring to Helios or Apollo.
Yeah.
So the number 6 is often used as a replacement for X.
Yes.
Okay, so November 11th is a duality.
Yes.
So 13th of the 11th equals 24, as Blue Rain said. 3 times 8 is 888, HHH, XXX, or shockingly 666. Are you guys getting this? It's wild. And then we also spoke about his age. It took them, I think it was 6 weeks.
You mean from the time the crime was committed and Bryan Kohberger was arrested? That's what you mean?
6 weeks.
Okay. He was arrested on the 30th of December. And 30 is, if you write 30 in Roman numerals, you are 3 times an X. So that's X, 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 or Helios, 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 right over there. Yes. December, yes, means 10, okay? So you go there also. And
we also spoke about it being in December, the 12th month, which is XX, on the 30th of December on his arrest, all counted as 1X, and the 12th month makes it XXX or 666.
Correct.
Correct. Okay, we're not going to go into the birthdays right now, but you basically said from Friday, the 30th of December, from Kohberger's arrest until his conviction on Wednesday, the 23rd of July, 2025, equals 936 days, or 2 years, 6 months, and 23 days, or 133 weeks and 5 days. So Wednesday comes from Woden's Day, or Wodendach in German. That's the day of Woden or Odin.
Yeah.
Equals Baal. So 936 days comes to 9 plus 3 plus 6 equals 18. Equals 6 plus 6 plus 6 Helios. Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay, good. I think I've got it.
I mean, if you only look at these quote unquote coincidences, it's right for me to say 99% uncertain. I can't be wrong, but 9% this is a ritual, because there are too many axes available in this case, way too many. And I believe Bryan Kohberger was 28 when he was arrested. 2 plus 8 is 10. It's an X. Age 30, again, 3 times X also. And he's also from Germanic descent. Also, Kohberger is a German last name. Also, and ik read af Deutsch. I also speak German, so I can understand it too. So, yeah. So everything you look at this case, it's all like a big ritual, and works out like a ritual too.
Even their birthdays, which we won't get into now because that becomes a bit tricky when you add their birthdays. And that kind of explains, because everybody wonders why 4 victims, and you actually worked out their birthdays, that there is a spiritual pattern in the number of years they lived combined. I think it was 82 years. 8 plus 2 equals 10 equals X equals Helios.
Yes, because I decided, let me look deeper into it also. By the way, sometimes there's a lag when you're talking, that's why I see it a bit later. So I hope there's no lag with the actual stream. So I don't mean to interrupt you, but sometimes I just hear you a bit later. Okay, so I thought to myself, okay, there were 6 people in the house, allegedly. If they were killed all 6, that would be a big extract over there, a big tribute to their sun gods. Why only 4? So I thought, okay, let me look at the ages of them. You know what I mean? So long story short, I checked the birthdays, how old they all were around the time of dying. And roughly it's 82 years, 3 months, 1 week, and 5 days. What I came out with, roughly, about, if you count all the age together. Now, or you can say, well, just if you make it 82 years, 8 plus 2 is 10. That's Helios right over there. Or if you put 83 when I round it up, it's going to be duality. So that justifies where 2 were left off the hook. Because if this was an actual serious ritual, I thought it would do 6, but if it could still be a serious ritual, if at least the numerological pattern is the same. So why is this important? It's because when these blood rituals are done, what it does is it slows people down mentally. That's a short-term effect of it. There's a shock over there. Your subconscious picks up all these patterns. And as human beings, if something is in a pattern, something is repetitive, we tend to mistake as predictable, trustworthy, safe. So what happens is, because of this shock kind of slow down mentally for a while in processing everything. While you slow down, maybe lost for a few days, now they bombard you with a narrative. So by the time this slowing down mentally fades away, you already have a program in your thinking of what happens or how it should be. And later when proof comes out, you think, why the heck would I think that? Because that's how it works. You need to build association to the trauma, make sure your story is out there immediately shortly afterwards. Or some rituals are done in stages. Like you have event one, then another event, and third event. Some you have a series of events from one giant ritual. You need to make sure that shortly after each event, the narrative is out there in everyone's face. With mainstream media and social media, it's excellent to do this. Because you don't have to print many newspapers. You don't have to go around, do a lot of gossip. Everyone can just see it quickly and reshare it. And because trauma tends to be addictive, with today with social media especially, people tend to reshare, and can get hooked onto it. And that's exactly the purpose of it. The public has to get hooked onto it. So that's how you get the control they're looking for.
Does it tie into basically also the shock of harming a woman?
Yeah.
And I mean, this pretty much ties into the community and how they actually went about choosing these victims.
Yeah.
Because
I just
it's my belief, and yours, I believe, as we spoke about it, that this was not a coincidence. It wasn't a random attack, as we were told, like he was just driving around and randomly picked that house. I'll never buy that story.
Yes, for example, once the king wrote, correct? So actually the symbolic is saying that Helios or Apollo is your king. So, okay, that's one thing. But one thing I want to elaborate here is that when these satanic cults do their interventions, as they call it, let me just give you a brief example how they work. So, because a lot of people hear this and they go all the ways. Because we have people like Alex Jones, all these conspiracy theorists, overwhelm people with data without any context. And so that's why people are used to being overwhelmed with data and everyone has to figure out what it means. So let me just explain briefly how they do and plan these rituals. It's very simple. If there is a scandal in a community, whether it's the politicians being incompetent, whether the finances are going down, or maybe a lot of sexual dysfunction in the marriages, so a lot of men are cheating on their wives, whatever is the embarrassment there is, eventually the embarrassment is reported to the cults. And they think, we need to do something about this. Then, by the way, when I'm going to use terms that are used to people, but people have a misunderstanding of it. For example, when I use the word wizard, I don't mean wizard like in the Harry Potter books. You know what I mean? A wizard here is a chief of one of these satanic cults. You know what I mean? That's what a wizard is. And wizards are men, they're all men, they're not women, are men who have faith in being human. They're disgusted with a human fragile design, and they want nothing but to eliminate their fragility in other people. They abolish empathy, all of that, and they hope to get sympathy from Hellel, whom we call Satan, from the dark forces, for refusing on humanity. So that's what the wizard is. And all wizards together are called what we call the shadow governments, how they call it. And wizards really, they're the lowest of the lowest because they really don't give a bit about themselves or other people. And they're the ones running these rings like Epstein did, all of that. You know what I mean?
Yes.
So the wizards then think, okay, listen, we need to think about this. We need to calm people down. We need to be the hero now. So they tell one their chief warlock. A warlock is a male who uses paranormal aid for their own lives. So a warlock is not a wizard. A warlock can have good intentions, but doing paranormal stuff is not good. So your good intention will waste right over there. So the warlock, you have warlocks come together in groups, and you have chief warlocks above them. They're told by one of the wizards, okay, there's something going on now in this state over here. Check out who are the most vulnerable people over here. So the warlock tells his group, listen, guys, we need to drive around town a little bit more. If before they had cars to go on horses driving around to see what's going on, they're going to ride around to see who's the most vulnerable over here, which are the most vulnerable families, where is the most neglect happening. So then they report back saying, sir, there's a town over there where a lot of college students, and they're kind of neglected over there. There's a lot of drugs happening, all that.
Sorry to quickly stop you. So, I mean, this ties into obviously their appearance and obviously the fact that they would have police officers on their payroll, right?
All these cults have corrupt people on their payroll, or else they can't work. Because remember, they're not the authority anymore like in ancient times. Okay. In ancient times, if somewhere in London, today called London, there was a scandal, listen, you don't have to inform the governor or the Roman emperor. The priest class will immediately act and say, okay, we're going to deal with this. And people say it's just justified. The day the quote-unquote satanic priest class are on the ground. So you have the Christian influence that influenced the world in becoming more operating in empathy and all of that. But the thing is, these satanic cults, they pretend to be Christian to hide their negativity. Because that's the only way you can get around. Because if they come in a full, ugly, stinking face, people would kick them to the curb. People would get rid of them. So they use Christian organizations, Christian charity, just to hide themselves. And with this, they have maybe police officers, judges, even university professors, even pastors, who are also part of the cults, who are undercover. So now you have warlocks, if some police officers were on it, go around and say, listen, this is town over here. We have some college students over here, they're drinking a lot, this and that. And then the chief warlock was the handler who handles the operation, will say, okay, tell us who they are, give everybody family, where they're from, social media, everything. They gave a big file. They have underground apps on the dark web they can use to transfer the data like that. I mean, sometimes you use regular things like e-Gmail, but that can be intercepted. Like with Epstein, I know they were so confident, just thought through random emails of using encrypted services. But anyway, they would send the data. And then the chief warlock has to discuss with the wizard of, okay, this is what we have right now. Okay, we need victims that will shock the public. So then say, okay, how are we going to do it? The Greek way or the Egyptian way? Greek, because most people here are of European descent, so Germanic descent, so Greek is the thing they're most used to. Okay, so Greek way. So which men are going to do? Yeah, we may have to compromise over here and do some women too, because normally Greek blood sacrifice mainly focus on men because it's men prove themselves against other men. Women are considered relevant over here. Germanic people, what adopted this Greek match, sometimes want to also victimize women because they have an obsession with, so those who are into this thing, most Germanic people have an obsession with molesting their own women. So that's why there's a compromise. So, okay, we're going to do the Germanic way right now. So let's get a few women involved. Okay, who are the parents? Who are this and that? Okay, so we got the targets over here. Which of the students are on our payroll? Which of the students we have leverage over? This and that one. Okay. Do we have a date? We can do it on the 10th of October. No. This could be way too obvious. 2 times the 10. Everyone's going to see this ritual. No. Let's do it on the third Friday, 13th. Oh, the 13th falls on Friday this year? Okay. We can hide it like that. Okay, how are we going to arrange right now? We need to find someone to blame so it doesn't come back to us. We were working on it. So again, about this Bryan Kohberger, again, I have all the right to question anything that has inconsistency in it. For example, it came out that some of the crime scene footage, some of the data wasn't even available, wasn't even shown to the parents nor the defense, all of that, before the conviction. So under no jurisdiction is allowed. It's illegal. Also, they demolished the crime scene. So there were obvious inconsistencies in this case. I said, okay, if there's so much inconsistencies, I have a right to question this. So I'm not accusing anyone. There's a disclaimer here. I'm just saying I have a right to check.
No, you're not mentioning names or accusing anybody of anything.
No, we're not doing anything because we are just using information available to the public. And there's inconsistency, we call it out. So even if Mr. Kohberger was involved, to say that he did this overkill all by himself, if it's a professional hit, killing someone, you just need a few slices, 1, 2, or 3 with the neck, and it's over. Go to the next, 1, 2, 3, or 1, 2. You can do it fairly silently. If they're all asleep, leave, and it's over with. But this, if you just look at the crime scene photos, which I saw, there's something you also notice with a lot of the satanic cults. The people they send to actually do these things actually believe in it emotionally. So the misogyny that's into all the satanic cults, they will look for men who also hate women, especially own mothers, actually to harm to the women because they will actually go full for it. And that also give it an extra hard effect. So you select the people to blame it upon, you make sure there's a knife sheath, anything, and then you let it all play out. make it hyper emotional, and then before you know it, there's a lot of sympathy for, in this case, Idaho, and life's supposed to continue like ever before. But unfortunately, again, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. If I'm wrong and you can prove I'm wrong, I'm perfectly fine with it. All is alleged.
Somebody, Nadia actually asked, about the Masonic aspect of this. Let me go back and see if I see her comment. Sorry, I don't. Nadia, you asked about if this ties in with the Masonic aspect of it. So yes, she did. And sorry, I didn't want to forget your comment. So I think this is a question we should definitely talk about if it's okay with you.
Yeah, okay. Freemasonry. Now, Freemasonry began as Christians collaborating together across borders, because look at European borders at the time, was horrible. I mean, look, the map of Europe, 1200, 1300s, whatever, you're going to be shocked how many tiny countries there were, because they couldn't get along. So Christians across borders used to form these fraternities to work together. And later, it was also open to people from other religions, all of it. So it was like a brotherhood based on effort for the community. But over time, Freemasonry became incorporated into this, not all of Freemasonry, but Freemasonry became a tool for the satanic groups. And the wizards of these satanic groups began to send their agents to become Freemasons, become dominant Freemasons also. So now Freemasonry was turned into this satanic establishment, which from origin it wasn't really, but it was turned to a satanic establishment in which many Freemasons are used also for these operations. Can you have a Freemason who's not into anything satanic or evil? Yes, there are a lot of them, but they're low rank. But you also have Freemasons who are just rolling with it. So that's what you need to understand when it comes to Freemasonry. You have to make a distinction. Are they just join the fraternity because they just wanted to have a fellowship, a brotherhood to collaborate with? Or are they aware really what goes on? So you also have to make a distinction about it. Now, if this was a criminal sympathy ritual, which I'm convinced it was, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong, then
it makes sense that it would be a sympathy ritual to me, because we see two people who are called survivors, and the whole world feels sympathy and don't dare question them at all.
Oh, waiting 8 hours to call 911 isn't it?
That was something we definitely spoke about, and that also 8 hours to call 911 is also very, very odd.
Yeah, the thing is, because as I explained to you, there's a months of preparation for any of these things. And by the way, criminal situations also happen in the Netherlands. I recognize them kind of immediately because they don't even attempt to hide them over here. They're way too obvious into your face. In America, they tend to cover up with festivities often, or go with extra emotional drama. But in other places, when you do criminal sympathy rituals, it's kind of blend. You can kind of see through it if you know the knowledge. Now, look, one thing I want you to understand, all groups and nations on the earth do criminal sympathy rituals. It's not a primarily European thing. The difference is Europeans follow the Greek tradition, and they insist since the 19th century in getting sympathy when they do this. If in Asia this happens, sympathy happens and it's over. But Europeans, uncategorized from us, whether you're European diaspora from Argentina, Australia, or United States, from South Africa, or actually someone from Sweden or Ukraine or Portugal, Europeans, when they do criminal sympathy rituals, they have this entitlement. They want sympathy for it. So they tend to go overboard with it.
This would tie into why I asked you why they would choose Bryan as the person that they want to take the fall, because, well, he's also from the same descent as these victims.
Yes. It's Germanic in this case, because it can also be done by other groups, but those who are into worshiping Odin or these other Germanic gods, they want their own. Whether they are sexually molesting people, they want their own. Whether they blame someone, it's their own. Everything has to be their own. If you're not by their own, they want nothing to do with you.
So what would have happened, let's say hypothetically, they chose somebody else that is not one of their own? Would they have had the same sympathy response?
No.
Not at all?
If they would have, let me say that in this case, were 4 people from European descent. The Goncalves family may have some nature far in the past, but anyway, they're from European descent. If you look at them, you think they're from the European diaspora. That's how they look like. So if they would have pinpointed this on an Hispanic or an African American or whatever, or Moorish American or anything like that, what you would have is that it become a political thing, a political fight immediately. And people say, oh, where's the proof it's racist, so it will all go wrong. But because historically, especially since the early 19th century, Europeans insist on this philosophy that they have a right to kill their own in sympathy, which you call nationalism, political sovereignty, whatever you want to call it. Those people are used to this. When Europeans do it to their own, people kind of say, okay, it's a white people thing, it's a European thing over there. Involves someone that's not European, and they have to account to all these other groups, and it's not going to work out well. So, for example, what is a common thing? When criminal sympathy rituals are done, it's often within the same group. Hispanics do this with their own. Chinese, they have a lot of criminal sympathy rituals over there, but you never hear about it because they covered up immediately. The Arabs do the same thing too. And what they call people from Afro descent, like me, what they call black people, and people from Afro descent, I prefer to call myself a Moor. This Moor is totally correct. People from Moorish descent or Morisco descent, they, like we, also do sympathy rituals, but we do it more in the Egyptian way. That's why, for example, in most African Americans, you have a lot of shootings happening over and over again at nightclubs, at parties, because that's more the Egyptian way of killing your own to get relief. And also, because I mentioned before, the Egyptian way is more sex-based. And yeah, so sacrifice also a part of place in it. For example, I don't know, just put it onto you. You have this thing called the loose booty ritual, which means that if you as a man don't conform to the ideals of the community or society in general, just like in ancient Egypt, you were looked down upon, like you're insulting Pharaoh. And people kind of got free reign to do whatever they want to you in practice. So what they sometimes would do is, if a man did not match the expectations of the Pharaoh of their community, whoever they're supposed to be, or present day, they don't match the Muslim view that they want, and they see you walk around, they would pick on you, even gang rape you like that, and that would be the ritual. They prove their manhood by violating you. And they would do this in public sometimes, just to destroy your image. Or if you walk around with a pretty woman, a pretty wife, and you think you don't deserve her because you're not Muslim enough, they will do the same too. I mean, there's a song about this even in the Bible with Abraham telling Sarah, tell them you're my sister, or else they may kill her. Well, in Egypt, this thing used to happen. And it's right from Ham, one of Noah's sons. Just read for yourself, act out towards Noah, because he couldn't control himself. So the Egyptian way is more sex-based, but that's what happens. You see more amongst Moorish people or the Afro-Moorish people, or Europeans is more mathematics-based. Okay. But because Europeans look for sympathy often, way too much, it's kind of in your face. That's why they make, for example, if they got rid of someone, they'll make a cold case about it, documentaries, keep putting out there. Some of them will cry crocodile tears, a lot of people fall for it. But when it happens amongst Chinese, the visual is gone. Nobody everyone act like they never exist. Happens in India, they will catch a bad guy and that's it. So in this case, because it was such an input on sympathy all the time, I thought, okay, they kind of went too far with this. And because they went too far, they kind of spilled the beans about it. Now everyone wants to know what really happened, what really happens. There was even this guy.
I think that was intentional when they kind of spilled the beans on it. Was it deliberate? Because it seems like that's a recurring thing that keeps happening.
The thing is, when these things happen, these criminal sympathy rituals, not everyone is okay with it. So some people figure out, oh crap, it was a ritual. You know what? Let me spill the beans a little bit to get it out. But the thing is, even then, the people involved, whoever organized this, organized in a bad way. They forgot that there's social media today, that people can save things or that. They went so overboard that they spilled the illusion. There was even a man who wrote a book about the case, claiming Bryan all by himself, and he's come back doubting his own book is written. Bryan may have accomplished, because even though the crime scene photos came out, that this proves the whole narrative. So now they have to start admitting things were a bit different. But what really bothered me about this case was that there were so many people keep defending the official narrative, even though the official narrative does not add up. There are too many holes in it.
It doesn't add up at all. And you can see them pretty much now trying to backpedal. They're not going to come out directly, other than Bloom, who wrote the book, and say, listen, I might have made a mistake in what I wrote, because he's not really involved. But a lot of people are kind of backpedaling slowly, just very slowly taking a step back from this whole thing. Now, there was something that I thought was interesting in them choosing Bryan, because something that we see over and over is if you say, I don't believe that he did it, then people will say, well, he pled guilty, right? Now, my idea was that just because of his nature and because of the way he was chosen to take the fall for this, that would tie into why he would accept the plea deal, one. And he also knew the public perception of him would have been false. So, in fact, that would have resulted in the trial being false and compromised. Because, like you said, there's a lot of pressure on the system, the courts as well. And you do see this happening. I mean, you see it happening here when I worked at the courts. People will pay money to make a docket disappear, to have even one page taken out of an inquest or docket or something like that. So people do it. I mean, I've seen it with my own eyes. People pay a little bit of money, make something disappear. But, this is just kind of what I want to talk about, his nature. And if you could talk a little bit about that as we do it.
Okay. Okay, so let me say this first. When there are criminal symphony rituals, the people actually organize it all normally don't show their face. They don't want to be seen. Because human beings are not built to be untrustworthy. Anytime you lie or anytime you try to do something wrong, your own body kind of revolts against you. Your body language will kind of malfunction. Doesn't mean that every time someone's body language is off, it means you're guilty. No. But your own body language tends to malfunction. So that's why people actually do these things seldom come into public. Sometimes, but not always. Also, when this type of symptom rituals are done, you have people who actually just help out because they believe in the mission. I mean, they're not the ones who plan, but just help out in general. You have it also. And again, if this is a symptom ritual, if it is a ritual like that, it would not be able to happen without anyone close to the victims being part of it. Whether it's a relative or a friend or a teacher or professor, anyone close to the targets must be involved for it to happen. So I want to say is that some people want to point out Dylan or want to point out the Steve Goncalves, all that. No, don't do that. Because most of the time, the ones who actually do it don't want to be seen. Because if they show themselves, they kind of blow up the whole cover. Can their behaviors be a bit off? Yes, but doesn't mean they're guilty. So you have to do research about it. Now, about Bryan. Why, if it was a ritual and they framed him, why would they do it? It's quite simple. This whole patriarchal model is violent towards boys. It is. Boys become men, but it's violence towards boys. So anyone who has any man who has youth trauma that's unprocessed into a later age, they're perceived as being boyish. And because the system is based on, grown men would prove themselves by molesting little boys, they can't blame it on a little boy. Actually, they can't get away with that. So they choose a man that has boyish features, a bit slowness, whatever. Because then they can relive this child abuse fantasy that's in the public. Yes.
And notice how they keep bringing up everything he did as a teenager, almost like it happened yesterday.
Yes. He used to be, I hear this say, he used to be addicted to heroin and used to be obese. I saw a picture of it. Okay, what does that have to do with it? Even if he was addicted to heroin and he was obese, he's slim now, he worked on himself, he's doing a PhD. Why keep bringing it up? Because here's the thing. If in a criminal sympathy ritual, if you want to blame a third party or you want to set someone up, the individual set up must have defects about them that make it easier to dehumanize them. Or he was a heroin addict, so likely he couldn't get his heroin anymore and he flipped, he lost it. Or man, he used to be obese, he couldn't get any woman, so he was an incel, because sex frustration, he took out his women.
That's a comment that comes up a lot, and I can't understand where that came from. I even saw it on Annie Lee, said everybody knows how I feel about Annie. She started her video with saying, this loser incel who couldn't get women, and I don't know where that story started, but it's been fed to us, and it's been fed to people who literally they cannot see past that theory at all.
Yes, because the thing is, let's understand this. Criminal rituals, criminal sympathy rituals aren't the only type of blood ritual that exists. Okay, there are also other types. And the thing is, when someone is sexually blocked by a community, that's what I mean with an incel. First of all, that doesn't actually exist in reality. Really, you can't just do that easy like that unless you put someone in prison. And so the whole incel thing doesn't actually exist. What they mean with incel is a man cannot find a woman to be his doormat. Because a lot of toxic men want a doormat. That's for a woman. And because they can't find a doormat they're looking for, they become crybaby. I can't find a woman. No. They can't find a doormat for a woman. That's what they mean. Because I work in the Netherlands, they have kind of a liberal attitude towards sexuality over here. Any guy out of shape, or even guys who just leave prison, can get intercourse almost easily. Some films will come all the way to your house or for just a few euros. So, and prostitution is allowed in this country also, just so you know. So it's not about sexual access, that's a myth. It's about power, it's about control. But anyway, they use the incel narrative.
Control quickly. I try to talk back to Blue Rain. I said they also did this to kind of humiliate Bryan, and YouTube actually gave me a notification. It says YouTube rejected your comment. This usually means they think it's spam. So you're not even allowed to comment on your own channel, and then they tell you it's spam. So yeah, I just proved my point there. Thanks for that. Sorry about that. Rashid, go on.
But so dating him like a sexual like someone who was sexually blocked, kind of gives people an excuse not to look at this side of the story. But it's weird that they want to call him an incel, and this is why he committed crimes, while you had people in position of power, financially approved, doing actual, real violence. Are you there, Wendy?
I'm here, sorry. I think I pressed something weird here. Let me just go make it a little bit smaller, sorry.
So actually we're doing horrible stuff, Epstein and all that. So what I'm saying is, look, if I'm wrong and this Bryan was involved, I doubt he was involved as actual guy who actually went there and did the whole ritual. I doubt it. I truly doubt it. You get me? But what it seems to me, I can be wrong, but what it seems to me is that they frame this man just to keep the narrative going, because they expected to move on smoothly from this whole case, and whole reputation of Idaho is improved. But because they went too far with the sympathy seeking, I'm not talking about the relatives of the victims here, I'm talking about how the public dealt with it. That crashed the whole that made the ritual backfire.
And I don't think they expected this to go on. I almost think they thought that this would just go away. And talking of sympathy, we did speak a little bit about what's been happening with some kind of also family involvement and gaining sympathy, especially when it comes to the Gonzalez family. And again, I'm not being disrespectful. This is just our opinion or my opinion. You know, we did speak about the fact that, I mean, you know, if this happened to your child, you would be putting, as you said, a lot more pressure on law enforcement to get to the truth. And I believe that he did. Now, whether they kept him quiet or whether, I don't know, I don't understand, because now if you say anything about them, ever on their page or anywhere, then they'll say you're attacking the family and you're not allowed to ask a question. But they have gotten, specifically that family, an extreme amount of sympathy, which to me seems, I don't know, it doesn't seem equal. It always seems to be about their grief and their pain.
Okay. Now look, the man lost his daughter, okay? Traumatic, horrible. And not in a, it's not in a soft way, in a quite horrible way. Okay? So I cannot tell him how to grieve, because I didn't lose a daughter like that. God forbid that happened. But first of all, he shouldn't even be on mainstream media. We shouldn't even know about the man, because this should never happen to begin with. Okay? So if he wants to put pressure out there on the authorities and in the media, I support it. The way he did it could have been kind of a bit overboard, and I have full right to have an opinion on that. But I'm not going to be hard on the man to just put himself out there because of the case.
No, that's kind of not what I'm trying to do. What I'm saying is, the media has also, you know, I mean, basically they said, look, we want to grieve in private, okay, but you'll see even when they invite anybody on, they'll always target this family for some reason and bring them on and make them relive this trauma. I've seen certain people do it, people that these viewers know I can't handle them. And they'll go into graphic detail with them on. And do you think that ties into the sympathy ritual of what happened?
Okay. If something horrible like this happens, the last thing you do is make the family members go through it over and over again. If they want to grieve in private, what I expect them all to do is to shut their mouth, turn off social media for a few, 2 or 3 months, no involvement with the public, and at least the first 3 months, go through it. Little by little, approach the public again. Okay? And once approach the public, only bring up the case when there's development in it.
Yes.
It's back to back all the time about the case. And
yes, so this is the thing. I mean, in no way am I trying to shame them.
No.
For example, on Nancy, she, you know, she's got this way of, she will throw on her channel, you know, while they're sitting there, like how, and she'll go into graphic detail how Kaylee was stabbed, and she'll even use hand movements. And I'm thinking, this is very tacky, because you're basically making not only us, but them relive the grief. And so that wound never actually closes.
Listen, if you did that in the Netherlands, anywhere, y'all, your show would be shut down, and you could be charged. Simple as that.
Really?
You're not allowed to just strong-less people public like that. Absolutely not. The United States of America, because it's so capitalist-oriented, it's all about the bench, all about the cash, that culture, they get away with it. What I preferred was, any time you're on an interview and kind of go way overboard with what happened to your child, just walk away. Just walk away from the interview and say, I don't do this. Right now, how it appears to me, listen, I'm not a U.S. citizen, I'm not from the United States, so I'm outside looking in. It's like the old Supreme Court Gonçalves family. Well, I say Gonçalves because that's how they say it in the media. Some says Goncalves. Well, I speak Portuguese, so I say Gonçalves right now. So I'm thinking, but there are 4 victims. I want to see the family of Ethan speaking out. The family of Xana. I want to see all 4. I want to see how those affected the survivors' family of survivors also. So they zoomed in on the Gonçalves family And I'm not saying Gonzalez family
Why do you
was in on
think
it,
that
but
that's
they actually
kind
did
of
it.
where I was going with that question is why what is your theory as we talk also about this lawsuits that's being filed? Why do you think they zoom in on the Goncalves family specifically?
Okay. The only reason I can think about right now in the concept of ritual crime is that they want a grieving father, the image of a grieving father.
Mm-hmm.
And Steve Gonsalves was willing to actually go hard about this case. So, hey, he's willing to go hard, guys. So, okay, let's put all the focus on him. We're going to say he asked for it. I blame it all on him. Yeah, he goes a bit quite hard. But no. Just give him extra time. Just invite him more often, this and that. Again, I'm not saying Steve Gonsalves was in on it, nor willing did this. I'm just saying it was taken advantage of. So if the Gonsalves family want to be upset, they have to be upset with that they actually took advantage of the grief. Us here asking questions about this crime that happened, that the aftermath on the United States, we're not to blame. We're just asking the proper questions of what goes on over here. And if we figure out that there are things that don't add up, we're full right to say, okay, this is messed up. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's just in case someone's watching this live stream and wants to press charges. Listen, we just explained ourselves, okay? Leave us alone. Oh, wait, I'm in the Netherlands. She's South Africa. She has no jurisdiction over us anyway.
So even in South Africa, you'll seldom see them. I don't actually see this ever happening in this country. Like they will never ever bring victims onto a news station. It'll be a once-off. You know, if you remember the Oscar Pistorius case, you know, they brought Reva's parents on, and then they kind of left them alone. You know what I mean? Because leave them to grieve in peace. So it's also something that doesn't really happen here too much. But yeah, look, I know every country is a bit different. Nicole, yes, I still call her Nancy disgrace. It's just very, very vile what they're doing. But she's also trying to backpedal on this now. So you'll see a lot of reaction videos on that woman because basically she's also the one that came up with, and I think this ties into it, the whole stalking narrative around this case. And that's what they also wanted to paint. Not only were these girls, and let's not forget Ethan, who they continuously show pictures of him portraying him as a much younger version of what he actually was, also to get sympathy. But I lost my train of thought for a second. Yes, the stalking. That is a big thing. They had to have somebody that was a stalker because otherwise it wouldn't tie into the sympathy.
Yeah, because it goes like this. In a simple ritual like this, there needs to be stalking because the agents have to follow and see where are the potential victims. They have to map out the routines, where they live, where they went to school, which grocery stores they went through, where their friends are. So stalking automatically happened. And at some point, because if you look back, people realize, but the work people follow around here that shouldn't be here. People are going to notice it eventually. So that's why they put the stalk narrative out there, just in case suggestions will come out. Because the thing is, criminal sympathy rituals are planned months ahead of time. And they want to make sure the mathematical sequence is the public. So they're obsessed with making sure the ritual goes perfectly. And also that it's handled perfectly well. In this case, it wasn't. So the stalking thing, I get it. Showing Ethan younger than he really was is also not just sympathy, it also relates to origin of patriarchy, already explained before. It all believes in it. But one thing about this case that kind of made me doubt something was a ritual or not, it was a bit too overboard. Because normally a ritual has to be structured and well organized. In this case, it went so overboard. And don't forget, there are true crime channels also part of these calls who want to spread a narrative also. So I saw true crime channels blowing up about Kohberger, blowing up about even one of the survivors of that. I thought, are you guys being paid to do this? Or were you guys promised something? Because this is a bit too much. So in this case, what I expect to see coming months is that more and more will come out, and more people are going to backtrack on it. And what people are going to realize that this is a structural problem in the United States as a whole. Because these people who worship Germanic gods are all over the United States in all areas of life. They're harming their own people. So the race is against their own people is really what it is. So things
And
like
that ties in with the whole sympathy ritual is having people from the same race murdering other people from the same race.
What do you say?
So that we have to have Bryan being from the same race as the victims in this case to get sympathy.
There are times you can do a victim from another group. That is possible. You can do that. But such criminal sympathy rituals, they may take a year of preparation because you have to have the right people from the media, the right elders from another group. There's a lot of people you need to pay off, a lot of people get on board, and it's more risky to go wrong. Also, if the victims are from European descent and you demand the sympathy, you better have one of your own people. Because if you make it someone else, it's going to spiral out of control. But the thing I want to also point out, Wendy, is that don't think that the people involved in such things, because criminal sympathy rituals happen amongst Europeans all the time. Here in the Netherlands, it happens a lot. In Germany, I grew up in the Netherlands, by the way. And the thing is, people often think Rashid is going to happen. There are most many people involved. Listen, as an anthropologist with some psychological knowledge about how groups operate, I can tell you, people are willing to go very far to feel comfortable. People are willing to excuse almost anything to remain comfortable, y'all. That's why not only Nazi Germany, but the fall of Yugoslavia happened. That's why the war in Ukraine also is happening right now. People go very far to excuse things. And forget about people excusing things. Some people don't even care about cash. Some, Rashid, where to get the cash from to pay off all these people? Sometimes the guy just wants a bag of wheat. You may have a loaner somewhere who just wants to say, yo, bro, you get a bag of wheat, man. 10 kilos of wheat, make it so much you want. Yeah, dude, really? What do I have to do? Should have the girl over there, man, kick her off the stairs, please. Yeah, man, for what for? Yeah, man, she's bad news, whatever. Yeah, bro, that's good. And he does it. You shoot him, but it happens. Or it could be that you have there's some session with the redheads, and to listen, the redhead process over there, you can have sex with them for a month. We're going to pay for it, man. Just one thing. Falsify these numbers over here for this business, please. Yeah, man. Oh, I don't give a damn, yo. Here it is. That's how often it goes, these rituals. So it's not always, he's $10 million or it's $500,000. Because those can be tracked. The amount of deaths.
There was a case here back in 2022 as well. I think I still got a video of it somewhere. And this guy, they caught him. He basically, these people were sitting in a restaurant, and right there in broad daylight, and the little girl, she's about tiny, and he came running, jumped over the balcony and tried to grab the girl. People obviously saved her. Thank Lord for that. But he did it to pay off drug debts, because they said to him, okay, if you go and take this kid, then we're going to write your drug debt off. And so people think it doesn't happen, but it does.
In this case, it was an actual leverage, a drug debt. Or it could be they catch you masturbating somewhere on camera or whatever, something that's uncompromised, but it's not always compromised. Sometimes people are just desperate saying, yo, man, I want some weed, man, or I want them to talk about his forest, man. Sometimes not only men, even women are just desperate for recognition. You also sometimes you have women complying because listen, there are women involved. a lot of times when women go missing and end up as cold cases, there are other women, sometimes their own female relatives or so-called close friends, who are involved in luring the victim. And why? Because women want that pat on the back to be psychologically approved. Or they told the woman, we're going to sponsor your YouTube channel, or we're going to... It's very cheap, small things often that make people comply. And that's why I believe a lot of people are scared to admit that these things happen, because the amount of desperate people are a lot. And listen, I'm not discriminating against Europeans. Okay, I just want to make an honest observation. A lot of Europeans are desperate to sell their own outfit, whether they're from the United States, Australia, Norway, whatever. So that's also for them a scary thing to admit.
That's true, Rashid. So David asked, do you think BK was involved at all?
At this moment, the only involvement I consider realistic is that he was aware of it and somewhere assisted a way out or whatever.
Okay.
I'm not saying it's possible that he actually was there, but at least I'm going based on evidence. It was probable. I don't even think this guy even was there. And as a matter of fact, for me, it's 50-50 whether he was involved or not. If he was not involved, that means someone in his life was involved setting him up. Simple as that. I didn't see the warning symptoms.
Wow. How do you mean somebody in his life? Do you think it could have been, because my answer to that would be absolutely not. But when you say somebody in his life set him up, that brings to mind the students at Washington State University.
Listen, y'all, I've been to university. I have 3 master's degrees, remember? So listen, some students, they're young adults, they're desperate to join the underworld to get this quick cash. Because remember, the underworld has trillions of euros, US dollars available to them. They have trillions. So if you want to get cash quickly, without having to go through a bank, all of that, man, join the underworld. Be ready to have your behind blown out, all of that. Be ready to hate women and join the demonic agenda, and they're going to shower you as long as you become a portal. And there are men and women willing to join the underworld. So it wouldn't surprise me if there were some there who thought, hey, I know this dude. He's a bit autistic. Don't worry about it. We got this. I don't think it happened, but it's not impossible.
So Blue said, she said, I feel his sister was somehow involved. I never ever thought of that. But anyway, look, I mean, nothing, I wouldn't discount any theory at this point. You know, everybody has a different opinion on it. But then, okay, so David asked the question that everybody asked, and this is something I see a lot. If he was not involved, why did he why did he give up without a fight? Well, this is the whole thing that we're saying is, I think Bryan is a little bit more intelligent than the public gives him credit for. I mean, we know he's not an incel. We know that he's not this antisocial freak. He's very observant. Okay, this guy also is a PhD student. He studied criminology. He was studying people that give or take false pleas. So he knew that doesn't matter what he says, they're going to twist his words against him. And I mean, who's he going to fight against, really? The whole world that already has an opinion of him as being some kind of freak, because that's how he was portrayed right from the very beginning.
Listen.
So you weigh in on that.
Listen, this Bryan Kohberger is a smart dude, okay? I'm not praising him, I'm saying he's a smart dude. Or else he wouldn't be able to start a PhD, okay? Don't tell him this man who had interest in criminal investigations had no idea that cults like this exist. Don't tell me that. He knew these type of groups exist. He may not have that in-depth knowledge like someone like me has about the occult, all of that, but he knew these groups exist. And I know any grown man from European descent in the United States of America above 25 knows nothing about these type of groups, y'all. If they claim that, I'm saying you're lying, y'all. You get me? So what I see is, if this guy is innocent, which it was, then Why would they give up without a fight? Think about it, y'all. They want to give him the death penalty. They want him gone to get it over with. And they knew he wouldn't accept a speedy trial because, hey, why would you accept a speedy trial and they want to take your life? So the best option was to stay alive by pleading guilty. There's no trial, and you could be locked up. And there's also opportunity, things may come out. If you're at an electric chair or the fire squad, it's not going to happen anymore. And one thing, by the way, I can't look into Bryan's head, but one thing I speculate he's realizing is, because he must know European history also, is that a lot of Europeans, I refuse to use the term white people, I use actually a lot of Europeans, they're not quick to call out setups like this. They're willing to go with the narrative unconditionally. And he knows that about his own people. So they're like, you know what? My people aren't going to come to rescue me. Other groups don't want to get involved. So you know what? I might as well get along with whatever pressure is. I think that's the case also. And I don't know if you look at the trial when he was pleading guilty, he looked quite blank, completely blank. And I'm thinking, if you're proud of what you did, I expect a smirk, I expect some arrogance. Just blink, y'all. I thought, yeah, this sounds a bit weird to me. And also the duration. I said the day he got the day of the what's the conviction or the sentencing? Anyway, we counted 936 days. I believe it was the sentencing, but anyway, the days that passed already from an XXX. So I thought, nah. This guy knew us. I realized the best way out is to just comply. Now listen, this all alleged, okay? If he was involved, I doubt he was there at the location. And if he was at the location, there's no way this guy could do this all by himself. Because think about it. If you're stabbing someone, you need to grab your hand and push your knife in. That takes effort. Then you pull the knife out. And once the knife's in the body, it takes effort to take it out. The body is a bit dense, okay? So you pull out. That takes strength. Again. And then you go to another division again, and they fight back. Then again. I'm sorry, all that in 13 minutes.
And you know, people with autism are far more likely to be victims than to go and than to be a bully towards somebody else. That's just my feel on it. He would be far more likely to be a victim. So that's always why I thought he would plead guilty. But also, if you remember, Bryan, you know, they've portrayed his relationship with his parents as very unnatural. Now, I've seen that he's pretty close to his parents. Now, if you know, I kind of thought, and this was just a theory I had, that his mother was very much against the death penalty. And this could have also played into why he would have taken a guilty plea. I say that from my own perspective because my parents, being Catholic, were very much against the death penalty. So if I was in his situation, I would have also just pled guilty to save my life, maybe to keep my parents happy and not have them go through the pain of seeing me on death row. So I'm not saying I'm right, it's just my opinion coming from a family like that, where my parents were anti-death penalty. And Bryan's also coming from a family like that, where they're completely against it.
But the thing about Bryan Kohberger is, one thing I noticed about is it was so silent on his side of the people. I mean, the victim side, people were speaking all the time and all of that, but on Bryan's side, people were kind of silent. And his silence kind of disturbed me. I mean, and this is what I want you to remember. When these calls, satanic calls, about to set someone up, they will always give hints ahead of time what they're about to do to you.
Mm-hmm.
Listen, if you're a child or your early teens, they will give hints to your friends, family, people around you that are about to do something towards you. If you're above 16, especially above 18, they'll always hint to you when they're about to get you. So if one of these groups, let's say one of these groups was following me because they want me to be the next victim, They would follow me around for months, and in those months, they would drop hints to me they're about to get me. Why? Because spiritually, I don't want to go too much into spirituality, but in spirit science works like this. If you come to someone with negative tension and they're not involved in negative tension, it can easily backfire on you and you're finished. But if someone is involved in the negativity and do towards them, they kind of absorb the negative tension. It's much easier for you to harm them. That's the science behind it. Also, these satanic groups understand that if they come with overwhelming negativity to the public, just like that, they can get angelic intervention from the heavens coming after them. They can actually get actual divine intervention hitting them in horrible ways. They don't want it either. So they want to put it out there, what they're doing, so that you are informed something is wrong. And if you don't counter it on time, it doesn't make right what they're about to do to you, but now you're part of it yourself. So why are you going to intervene?
Exactly.
So it's not that it's okay for them to do it, but they always wanted to involve you in what they're about to do to you. For example, femicide, women being killed off the hook here and there. People go down the street to protest against violence against women, all of that. Let me tell you, a lot of these women being killed, they are rituals. And a lot of these women, their ex-partners, whoever killed them, gave them hints. Even people around gave them hints what's about to happen to them. Sometimes you may have police officers payroll down the lady, it's better for you to leave because this is about to go down. You have to inform the victim, if they are an adult, what you're about to do to them, so that the magic happens quicker. You cannot just go there and do it because it can backfire on you. So they didn't just drive in a van and jump.
Back up quickly. You've informed, go back to what you said. You've informed the victim of what you're about to do.
You have to hint to the victims about happening. That's the rule they play by. They're strict.
Okay, explain that. Explain that one to us, please.
Okay, imagine you have this cult that wants to sacrifice a woman. Okay, they want to do something towards her. They're not just going to drive in a van and say, "Oh, there's a cute woman over there. Oh, she's a bit scarred. Oh, God, just get out of the van and grab her right now and bring her to the basement." They don't do it like that. They drive around and say, "Okay, which of these women are a bit neglected? They don't have much care from friends and family. Which of these women are a bit mentally ill that they can't really notice things around them? Which are distracted? Which of them have a better reputation?" And you see, there are 5 women over there. Okay, you have Lisa over there. I have Jenny. No, Jenny still has this female friend that checks on her from time. No, let's go for Lisa. Lisa's a better option. So they follow Lisa over a month. You may see a guy on a bicycle at the workplace almost every day. You may have another guy at the supermarket, and actually the supermarket, the guy is standing there. Or you may have a woman out of the blue contact, "Oh, Lisa, how you doing? Let's be friends. Let's hang out, whatever." You have all these people showing out of the blue with interest in her. The thing is, eventually one of these stalkers will have to be in her face more than once to realize, why do you become this woman? Why do you become this guy? They have to do this once, they have to do this twice. One time, she may get a text message out of the blue that's weird about some dude sending her dick pics or whatever, so that she can realize, oh, we're onto you. If she goes into prayer and fasting and looks for spiritual help, immediately they have to stop. They got a warning from the wizard that, guys, cut it out. Because we're about to be hit over here by angelic beings over here. Man, should stop this, please. Okay, she got some weird text message, guys sending her dick pics and weird messages. Okay, she just brushed off and continued. 1 month later, she's going to see this woman asking weird personal questions on a bus stop. Suggesting that, well, it's good to also be in contact with people, or else you may go missing. What's wrong about? If at that point she realizes, okay, let me go into prayer and fasting, look for spiritual help, talk about it, they have to stop. At the 3rd time, another month later, if she encounters a guy trying to ask her number, all of that desperately, and that guy was sent, by the way. He's not some random dude. The guy may even want to be around her. The guy may even not be into women, but he was there to show that we're onto you. On the 3rd time, there's already a pattern in her nervous system that they're after her. If she doesn't get out of it, she gets used to the being after her. The nerve pattern is established, and now there's no energetic spiritual resistance when it comes to works with the actual findings. Normally, it's one in-your-face warning a month, or 3 warnings in 1 month that they do.
Oh, wow, why would it be one warning per month? I find that quite interesting.
Because a blood ritual is a risky enterprise. It's a risky thing to do. It can easily backfire. Also, not just much with the police, you go to prison, all that, but energetic-wise, if you put negative tension on an individual and it backfires, it hits your own energy field, it hits your body, you can even die. You can't just put negative energy on just people like that. So you have to make sure the individual becomes receptive. You have to massage them into receiving the negative tension. And that's what you do with the warnings, with the shocks.
That's actually so scary when you think about it, like it's very evil, actually.
Well, I know. I don't want to scare you guys, but I had people dropping weird hints to me in the past where they're like, okay, not going to happen, guys. I know what you're doing. I know voodoo. I know the occult. I know about demons and all that. So, were you worshiping Odin or you worshiping Baal? You're worshiping that Greek deity? No. I know what you're doing. I'm out. One time, a dude tried to recruit me to one of these weird cults when I was 17. I thought, no, dude, younger time women are a problem. Y'all get out of here. So I kind of know how they do it. With a man, they often give 3 warnings in a month because as a man, you're supposed to get it because you're a man. They idolize masculinity. As a woman, 1 warning a month because a woman get backup from her friends and family and a group. It's sad to say, but men are often on their own when it comes to victimization. You're a man, push up at the bootstrap, deal with it, don't cry. It's how the world tends to treat men. So with a man, they don't get back up very quickly. A woman does. With a woman, they're a bit more careful. So 1 morning a month. Sometimes they're allowed to speed it up if a woman already is receptive to negativity, but it's 1 morning a month with men, 3 warnings a month. After the 3rd warning, you don't step up. You don't even notice when they're coming for you. Other people may leave your house and it's got black from the blindfolded you and you're gone. Or it's not just always with ritual murder. Sometimes it could also be you get a false accusation in a courtroom. Someone accuses you of rape or of theft or whatever. And the individual accusing you is part of the cult ready to make hard on you, but they would hint towards you it's what happened to you. They always give you a hint, 3 warnings. They have to give 3 warnings. If they act without giving a warning, they get disciplined or killed by their own group. That's how it works. They have to document the warnings they've given you, give you time in between. And if after warning you still don't take responsibility, take what goes on over here, now they use as an excuse. Excuse or not, they have the ability now to fully go on you because your energy field is being involved negatively, and now they make a hit on you. That's how they do it. So That's why I always tell women, don't be paranoid, absolutely not, but just pay attention to oddities around you.
Mm-hmm. And they do it. I mean, I think you told me you were kind of almost a victim, and I think most people can relate to that. They've been a victim of something where something just doesn't, it doesn't feel right. This person approaching you randomly out of nowhere, offering you something that almost seems too good to be true.
And before we continue on this, Vegas, people can be kind towards you and just know nothing from you in return. People can actually be kind towards you from genuine kindness of the heart.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm not talking about those instances because they are genuinely kind people. But there have been instances, I think everybody can say, where they just have this feeling like this is not right. This doesn't feel natural. It feels.
For all the women watching this, including you, Wendy, nobody can hide their energy emission, the energy field. As spirit beings, you have this energy bubble around you that emits from the heart and your brain waves and all that. Your energy waves can never be masked. You can mask your face with makeup, put another dress, put on a fake voice. You can even fake diplomas, but you can't fake your energy field. If someone is nasty and wasteful, you're going to feel it in your body. And I'm going to give you some how to decode dangers from people. Okay, I'm going to give some symbols. Okay, if you're dealing with a man, and this is for the ladies, by the way. If you're dealing with a man that hates women, really is disgusted by females, the God is from Hallel, with Satan, because he thought the creation of evil was a mistake. And evil spirits hate women by default. Absolutely. So if you have a man who hates women, he's like an evil spirit, really. He's in a similar group. So a man like that will have entities around him all the time. So if a man like that approaches you, you're going to feel this evil, some very disgusting feeling over your skin. You're going to feel it. So you're going to feel that. Or you're going to feel this very light presence that shouldn't be with a man. A man should feel dense because he's a man. Only little boys can be very light. If you see a grown man with a very light presence around you, ladies, take a step back. Okay, don't ignore the symptom. Another thing, if a man wants to harm a woman, the next attention already gets out of his energy field hitting the earth. Is around, there was a CIA research about this, like 40,000 kilometers in 1/7 of a second, something like that. But the energy tension goes out of his energy field into the whole earth. Okay, so everyone can pick it up. So you're going to experience negative male lust around this man. Human lust is just a strong desire, where it's a desire for food, for partying, for studying, whatever. Sexual lust is strong desire for sexual connection. Negative sexual lust is heavy when it comes to a man. It's kind of, even other men can feel it. It's like you're around an individual, around a dude, and you feel like you're being brought to the ground, like you're being pulled to the ground. And it's this heavy, that kind of makes you shake. There's no attraction, lady. There's danger. You get out of there. And if a man just wants to go right for the kill, you're going to feel this sharp tension hitting your organs, in your chest, sometimes in your intestines, all of that. So those are the warning symptoms you have.
And it's very interesting because we don't know of any females that Bryan knew that described feeling this around him, because every single female, whether it be his professors, his colleagues, his friends, some of you in the chat will know he did have a lot of friends that were females. None of them actually described feeling this terrible energy around him, which I'm just thinking now, as you're mentioning that, I've never heard one person except the student complaints where they made that smear campaign, and I believe it was a smear campaign, but anybody genuine in his life never mentioned feeling this way.
Yes, and it's another thing. Toxic male lust is mostly direct to other men, not even on women. Don't direct towards women when they on a sign want to get rid of a woman altogether. And thing is, toxic male lust, when that's around you, even as a bystander, it's going to cause dysfunction in your bloodstream of your body. That's the effects going to have you. You're going to have health issues in the long run. That's going to make you sick being around a man like that. If it's a woman with toxic feminine lust, now female lust energetically feels very soft and flowing. That's how it should be. Because she's a female. She's built differently energetically. A toxic female lust, it kind of causes brain fog into you. Whether you're a man or woman, it causes brain fog. You don't function very well for like a few seconds or a minute or so. You make a sheep. What's the problem with this? Listen, if you're driving a car and you have a brain fog for a moment, you can die. You can hit someone. Or if you're a surgeon and you need to do surgery and you have a brain fog because you're around someone like that, that's not good. So I tend to explain to people how to recognize the energetic impact from people on yourself to see that why you should be around or not. And if you're around a woman and you experience toxic male lust, it's not her, but there are other men around in her life who are like that. So you have to be attention to that too. But in this case, if someone's come after a woman for negatively, a woman will pick it up. There's no other way. A lot of women, unfortunately, they brush it off. I'm thinking, lady, would you do that? Hey, but also for men, y'all. Men do the brush off because when a man is about to meet the victim, they will send a female towards him. And a lot of men brush it off also when it's a woman. The warning symptoms. And I'm thinking, dude, your life's about to end this way. I just want to put this out there. Oh, yeah?
That's weird. Yeah, that makes sense. That definitely makes sense, what you're saying. Very fascinating. A lot of people in the chat are very fascinated with what she's saying.
All right.
Okay.
Okay.
So
But
yeah, no, it is very informative, and I think we've got quite a lot more to chat on this. So we'll probably do another live again. Does anybody have any questions for Rashid that they want him to answer?
I just asked a question. I have no planning for tonight. I'm about to write a novel soon and talk to some people on the phone, so I can stay for a little moment. Just if you have a question, let me ask.
Yeah, no, me too. I pretty much, well, everybody knows me in this house, and Tash knows me. So Tash has been kind of getting in and out because she had problems with power. Anybody who knows me knows I wake up and I start talking about this case, and I go to sleep and I talk about it and dream about it, and something about it just doesn't feel right at all. It feels, yeah, it feels to me. I did do a video on the university. I know it's very hard for people to comprehend that law enforcement or, that this goes all the way back to people in very high positions. But, I think it's part of people, they're very sweet and they don't actually want to see that this does exist, that there is corruption. And I think by nature they want to trust somebody in authority. So it's very hard for people to imagine somebody in authority being capable of
There's some context to give you over here, and this applies mainly to Europeans or people who were raised by Europeans. And it's the following: the school system we have worldwide right now comes from the Kingdom of Prussia, not Russia, Prussia. Prussia was a German kingdom that formed the German Empire. Later, the Third Reich also, and Prussia had the militaristic culture. And in their school system, you were raised to be a military agent. They had this Spartan attitude, like especially towards the men. So in this military school system we have, you are not encouraged of empathy at all. Empathy is seen as a hinder, especially for men. So because of this, the way European people are raised by their people is more like, okay, you only exist and matter because the group has the benefit of you. That's kind of militaristic thinking behind it. And that does not mean that all Europeans get along with this. Absolutely not. But that's why the racist Europeans want all foreign influence away, because they want to keep their satanic grip over their own people. Because if you want to do, whether it's a ritual murder or a ritual rapes, those also happens. If you want to do all of these things, and have all these foreigners, non-Europeans around, it's not going to work well, because they would think what goes on over here. But because Europeans for centuries have been kind of trauma bonded by how they were raised by their own people, that's why they're not that quick to see it when it's in their face. For example, I grew up in the Netherlands. I'm maybe a bit light-skinned. I'm from African descent. I'm from Afro-Moorish descent. I always say I'm not a black man. I'm a Moor. I'm an Afro-Moor. And let me tell you, amongst the Moorish peoples, we know these things happen. And we know very well amongst our own people, people are doing it. So if anyone acts in a bit weird way towards us, we're ready to go off at them a bit too quickly. But we know it happens. But with Europeans, there's kind of a slowness amongst them. Also because of their history, how they were raised. It's a generational thing. Europeans who spend a lot of time amongst Africans or Asians or Arabs tend to outgrow this, or they were adopted by people from African descent. Or I have a lot of African or people from Afro friends, they tend to outgrow this, but Europeans overall are quite slow in recognizing this. So by the time they realize this, it's way too late. And it's a generational thing. It's not a genetic thing, it's a generational thing.
So generational, also we're tying to the fraternities, but before we go to that, the two surviving roommates, Bethany and Dylan, are from, I believe, also Germanic descent, right? So their families would have come over from, I think it was, when I checked, it was from Scandinavia back in the 1800s. You just correct me if I'm wrong.
Well,
So,
I believe they're from Scandinavian descent also, but it's whether Scandinavia or Central Europe or the British were mixed with Celts, Germanic, Germanic.
okay.
Okay,
So
and
basically coming from, sorry,
and
basically from Germanic descent.
and the thing is, Germanic, the Germanic paganism kind of was Christianized in the 1870s, where the German Empire was established. So a lot of people today from Germanic descent call themselves pagans or heathens. Their form of paganism is the more Christianized version, includes human rights, values for women, all of that. Ancient classical paganism, there was a bloody, cruel mess that was done. Okay? And by the way, Scandinavia had a whole war, I believe it was 2 centuries between the people who worship Odin and the people who worship Christ. And eventually, a lot of people said, let's abolish Odinism thing. And after the plague that hit Europe, over 75% of Norway's population died. So the Danish had to fill it up. And that's why most of the hardcore worshippers of these Germanic deities, they died off centuries ago. So what you have to do, people want to revive it. And some of them go very far. So if you find a Germanic individual wants to say, I worship Odin, I'm not a Christian, I'm more peaceful, they have a Christianized version of paganism, more with tattoos, more artifacts, all of that. But you have hardcore worshippers of Germanic deities, but they don't go around with tattoos, at least most of them don't. They don't go around wearing horns, wearing Viking hats, all that. No. They wear 3-piece suits, and they're a woman, they dress in a sexy way with nice dress, all of that. They have Instagram profiles. So you won't recognize them immediately, but it's the way they speak. Yeah, as I mentioned, you have ritual language that they use. And once they go to ritual language, you realize, oh, okay. This lady worships Odin. Oh, this lady here worships Artemis, whatever. Okay, I know what I'm dealing with. So I want to put it out there. So not everyone that associates with the Vikings or whatever is automatically a part of this sect that worships Woden or Odin. A lot of people just want to resist against the church and have a more traditional lifestyle, but not hardcore involved. I just want to put this out there for you.
Yeah. Give me a second. I'm just typing to the chat. So David said also here, I think a defense attorney would, worth his weight in salt, would be able to get him off. Remember, in the US, the jury has to be unanimous to get a conviction. But I think that's the problem, is that you wouldn't find a jury that has not been brainwashed by this kind of sympathy ritual. I don't think you would get an impartial jury if this case had gone to trial. Then you might now, because of this Washington state lawsuit. So I know a lot of people thought, we did speak about it before, they thought that Washington state would just settle, but they're actually pushing back now, and they're saying, well, we're not happy to settle this lawsuit, because what I last heard was that they're not ruling out alternate suspects now. This could lead to them reopening the case, but whether he would get a fair or impartial jury, I think people have already kind of swayed a lot of the public's opinion. What do you think? Do you think that's a possibility?
In this case, even if Bryan Kohberger is innocent, even if it's totally set up, if he would be released, he would have to go either leave the United States or go to Florida, whatever, you all go completely far away.
Out of the country, probably.
Yes. Or either in remote somewhere in Florida or in Hawaii, whatever, or to the other United States. You know why? Because look at the political context. The Epstein files came out. The whole Germanic violence against your own people are now open display for everyone to see. So what's going to happen now is that a lot of people do not want a reminder of what they're dealing with. And Bryan Kohberger would be the perfect reminder of what they're dealing with. So his life would not be easy at all. So either he stays in prison and he's guarded over there till he dies, or if he's innocent, either keep him in prison and he's guarded till he dies over there, or he needs to leave the United States altogether, because him reconciling there is not going to happen, y'all. And I hate to say it, y'all, but if he's innocent and if he's set up, it were people close to him that did it, y'all. These rituals are not done without someone close to you being around you. And if he's set up, I'm telling you, the 3 warnings, he didn't pay attention to it, and now he was in a jail. So that's, that guy's been weird towards me. This is that. I'm telling you, when he was there in prison, you realize, oh my God, they did tell me what they're about to do. I mean, that's what he's going through right now. And that's why I said, you know what, let me just do a plea deal.
You think Bryan himself would have also had the same kind of warning being framed as to what they were going to do?
They always have to tell you what they're about to do to you.
So not only the victims, but the person that they are going to pin it on.
They also have to inform you. If you have a bunch of warlocks going out there to frame someone, and they haven't documented the warnings, they can be beaten up or even killed when they go back to their base. Simple as that. They don't play around with it. If it's a woman doing it, she's finished altogether, because she's a woman to begin with. So they're already constantiated by that. So they always give a warning what they're about to do. They can't do it. And that's the reason the underworld was able to continue for over 2,000, for almost 1,700 years on the ground, because they keep their ritual attitudes, how they do things, and it works. If they would randomly do things, they would be caught immediately. So, yes, but the thing is, it's quite centered on Bryan Kohberger. So, listen, if he's innocent, I'm not saying it is, it's alleged, but if he's innocent and he's set up, it's at least 2 or 3 people around us involved, and likely the women that were involved in it. Because a man comes to Kohberger doing crap, I'm saying Kohberger being a type of man who would just put up with it. He would ask questions, what do you say? Whatever, he'll be out, it would over immediately. What I'm telling you, this shows you is that
Blue says in the chat, that's why Bryan was looking into it, including false pleas. He was aware, even if it was just subconsciously. I agree with that. There has to be a reason why, and I did mention that in a previous video, why he was specifically working on people taking a guilty plea and the Constitution being flawed. There has to be, even if it was subconsciously, because maybe he knew it was coming, just didn't know he knew.
Yes, and that's the I'm saying, the inertia, the slowness amongst Europeans, collectively, individually, that's something that has to be addressed, because if he was aware something was off, he should take an action immediately and get out of state or pause his thought, do something, then it would have stopped. But he just continued life thinking, and guess what? Now you're in a situation that you can't get out of easily. And what this case is showing us is that you have to watch your surroundings. Don't be paranoid, watch your surroundings. If you notice oddities, things that don't belong, don't get paranoid, don't think you're under attack, whatever, just document it and look at it. Talk to other people about it too. But this whole individual thing, you live your own life over there, nobody knows anything, is quite dangerous, y'all. It's quite easy to sacrifice an individual if they're isolated or fractured from the community.
Yeah, that's true. And I think, like Inside Your Bones says this, and this has always been my theory. I do agree with you there. The people at Washington State University didn't like him. And I said so a little bit earlier. I do believe that what you're saying, 2 or 3 people, possibly females. Sorry, yeah, that's right, you can't tell. But yeah, there were people around him that just didn't like it. They didn't like him. So yeah, that is quite interesting. Sorry about that. I'm just trying to get that comments on. That could have been why he was working on it.
There's no way he wasn't aware something this direction was about to happen to him. He knew somewhere something like this was befalling. If they set you up, they give you.
like he didn't obviously know maybe that they would frame him for this, but he knew something was wrong.
Yes. You don't have, they will never tell you in detail their whole plan, but they will hint towards you, yo, it would be very hard. Today could be a lost day, man. They will say this like, man, today could be a lost day, man. You can leave work and never come back, yo. Say something like this out of the blue with no context. You think, what is this individual say this like this? That's a hint. Why did mentioning today could be a lost day, you can just leave your house and never return home? Why someone say something like this? There's no need to say something like this, yo. Okay, first warning. A few days, like 2 weeks later, you get some ads on your Instagram about funeral homes and all of that. They think, I never look for anything. Why do I get these ads? They know, it hacks let you know that, okay. So that's, at that warning, I would already think, okay, I need to do something about this. At a third warning, it's going to be more like confirmation what's about to happen. And then after the warning, be like some type
of kind of confirmation, which you mean, what kind of confirmation would be an example? Sorry, I don't want to put you on the spot.
No, don't worry about it. Okay, for example, if they're about to set you up for a crime, whether it's a drug trade, a rape, or a murder, whatever, at the third warning, if you're a man, you're going to have someone walk up towards you or someone close to you at the bus stop just openly saying, well, a lot of people are locked up for a crime not commit you. It happens a lot. They will say it in a very loud way. That'll be like a confirmation. Or at the third warning, it's like a confirmation. This is about to go down.
You've told him.
Yeah. So you don't tell them direct. You want to sure you say it.
It will happen in conversation.
Yeah. Or you can also be in a Starbucks and someone other little begins to scream and shout like they're mentally ill and he's shouting it. I don't think, why is this guy screaming like this guy's mentally ill, call the cops? It could be a homeless guy, so-called homeless, that walks into a McDonald's being to scream out something. But just a homeless guy removed it, but it wasn't a homeless guy, it was an agent. He came there because someone in the McDonald's was about to be set up, and it was there to get confirmation it's about to go down. And your brain can pick up, hold on a minute, I heard this like this before. When a confirmation hits, if within 3 days you do something about it, they have to stop. If the third day passes and you do nothing about it at all, you're going to start planning when the hit's going to happen.
They gave him confirmation.
Yes.
And he reacted in a different manner.
He did not take it too seriously.
Okay, so he didn't take it.
I don't know what he was thinking. Maybe he thought, I'm a PhD student, I can handle this, or he brushed off. I know what he was thinking, but he didn't take it seriously enough.
Yeah, and often we do that because you think, somebody mentions something and go in, you don't take it seriously.
But remember, when they're about to target you, they're gonna follow you for at least 2 months before they start even considering follow this for 2 months.
So let's say now, that final warning to him was people get locked up all the time. Let's just say that's the phrase they used. Yeah. And he was a bit serious and he turned around to the person and said, that's an odd thing to say. Why would you say that to me?
If he would have done that, then the official would have realized, okay, it's over now. Guys, going to stop the operation. Stop it immediately. It would have stopped immediately. Yeah. Or within 3 days, he went to social media or start saying what that could just happen. Or if he, at home, began to pray and fast and began to counter negative tension in the Earth's atmosphere towards him, that spiritual backfire alone will let them know, oh, guys, stop this right now. Mm-hmm. But let 3 days go by and just brush it off, the Reddit start planning the agenda. Okay, which date is going to happen? That's how they do it, both men and women.
And it's a good question what you're saying, because often people are, somebody will say something to you that's uncomfortable, and a lot of people are very agreeable. So they'll just brush it off and they think, that doesn't really mean anything. Where somebody says something to you, I always feel you should say to them, what are you talking about?
Okay. Either you do that or you walk away immediately. You do that, counter it, then okay, this needs to stop, or you walk away immediately from the situation. There's also another way you can say, that they have to stop. Or when you're at home.
How would him walking away immediately have stopped that?
Because the agent was giving the confirmation will have to tell the group how it happened. And if the age gives confirmation, maybe some witnesses there from the same cult. So let's say there was someone there telling, man, Bryan, people get locked up all the time of things didn't commit, man. It's good you're studying this as PhD student, Joe. If he would have walked away immediately, the agent there, the agents there telling it, but also two or three other witnesses there, also there, hearing how the confirmation goes down, and they all would have seen him walking away themselves to tell the handler, okay, it's over now. Because the thing is, even if he didn't encounter it at the spot, he has 3 days. In those 3 days, if any of the warlocks or any of the handlers pick up any backfire spiritually on their physical bodies, they know it's over. If they get no backfire for 3 days, to them it's okay, let's plan a date show, Frida's going to go down. And the thing is, the reason why satanic cults get away with a lot of the bloodshed and the crimes they do, because they do it in a ritual way that gives an advantage over the situation. Random criminals just stab someone or rape someone, whatever, they get caught all the time with that because there's no energetic match with what they're doing. Satanic cult wants energetic match, a click with the victim they're about to victimize. If it's a child, let me say, Rashid, what about the child or someone who's 12 years young? They go to the parents, the school teachers, all the adults with care around. So if you're a school teacher and you have this teenager walking by, even if it's a girl, I don't care. If it's a teenager walking by around the kindergarten, make some joke about that's not funny about children being taken, whatever. Just one side saying, young lady, what should you say over there? A young man, what do you say over there? Make an issue of it immediately. Or if you are in a neighborhood and the children roam around and someone keeps murmuring, oh, the children are so horrible, I can't stand children, blah, blah. That's why I never want the kids, whatever, they keep murmuring about children. Tell, hey, why do you murmur about children like that, John? Cut it out. Do that, and already it needs to stop. If the environment lets the 3 warnings pass by, then that minor is finished. Simple as that.
Wow. And look, not everybody who does it once has a bad intention also.
No, what I'm saying is not everyone who says something off actually is an agent, wants to plan anything. No. But just, so if someone says something is a bit off because they're a bit autistic, whatever, doesn't mean they're sent by the underworld, whatever. Don't be paranoid. No. However, if people are from the underworld, they're not going to give warnings like that. They've already studied you. Listen, the people that kidnapped these children and brought them to Epstein Island, Joe, they were studying that neighborhood for months. They studied the parents, they studied the schools, they studied the police forces, some of the security cameras around, they studied everything. And they have given their signs, at least, they have to do it 3 times to people there that some children may end up damaged or whatever. If the environment did not counter, they say, guys, when's the flight to the islands coming? Just get them. Jeffrey's waiting for us. This is how it goes.
That is frightening, you know. But they do tend to. It makes sense what you're saying. A lot of it does make sense.
No, but understand. You don't have to be paranoid. If they are from the underworld, they will do it. They're not just going to say something weird out of the blue that anyone can think you're just drunk. They're going to actually make sure it's directed at the right individual. If your son or daughter, they want to take them, come to you directly and make sure the warning's in your face when you're around. If your dog, for example, let's say you have an allergy for peanuts, for eating peanuts, you know what I mean? Your child does not. They may say, man, they will come with a story about this girl is allergic to peanuts and man, she got molested, so sorry, whatever. And you're allergic to peanuts, okay? You have a daughter. So in your brain, there's a connection with the story because, hey, your daughter's not allergic to peanuts, but you are. So they will do something like that. They will not just come with a random suggestion that anyone can make. If they want to give their warnings, their signs, they're going to do it directly at the individual or the group that is aimed for. And they will wait to see if there's a response coming. No response coming, after the 3rd time, they go for it. Oh, by the way, it also works in politics this way. Russia-Ukraine war, Vladimir Putin said 2007, once he saw the Soviet Union, he said it openly. People should say, Mr. Putin, what do you say? You mean Soviet Union? Do you see Gazprom is independent, Love is independent, and so is independent? If they all would have been saying, Putin, explain what the heck you said, you mean Soviet Union, they would have stopped. In politics, you may have to wait longer than a month for you to give a second warning, maybe 6 months, whatever. But later, he did it again. He showed his military prepared. And then they said, no, Putin's not going to invade. And then suddenly, he's there, y'all. So it also works on the political macro level. They have to show you what they're about to do before they do it. Even Trump does it, but the thing is, he doesn't go through the main of his threat because he's failing. That's right. Like with the Iran thing. They already gave the warning 3 times, but he's still not in Iran because he can't actually complete it. That's a different matter.
Yeah, that's crazy. I mean, I didn't even know they do it in politics as well, but what you're saying makes complete sense.
Wendy, when you listen to politicians or public figures, pay attention to the rhythm of their speech. In Greek magic, there's a mathematical rhythm that you speak to kind of hypnotize people to calm down. They use in songs, na 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 na, or whatever, some rhythm in a song. This kind of you do it towards children, or they actually repeat a rhythm a few times. So Greek magic was used in songs. Now you can listen to any song with Greek magic in it. Doesn't mean it's going to harm you, but just know the song is out there just to trigger something. But when these public figures speak, check the rhythm how they speak. They also the rhythm how they speak mathematically, and they also have color codes they're using. Purple means hoaxing. I'm lying to you. For example, Putin often wore a purple tie. So you know they're filled with nonsense. So some of the Rothschilds wore purple ties off. You think, okay, you know they're lying to you. They wear a blue tie means there is authority about enforcement onto you. Red tie means when something out of you after something sexual. Isn't Donald Trump wearing red ties off you? Yeah. So that's what I'm telling you. So look at those colors. Those are the main color codes. Purple is hoaxing. Red means I want something from you, offer something sexually. And blue is I want to calm you down. That's why I believe the police are used to color blue to calm people down because we're psychological.
So that would tie into the kind of cult or their code that they
communicate. It's worldwide. It's the same codes they're using. Whether it's a Buddhist agent from Tibet or some fake Catholic from Peru or some atheist from Britain. There's no such thing like atheist, by the way, but they all use the same codes, y'all. Look at how they speak in a rhythmic way. Look at the type of words they're using, some trigger words, and look at the color codes they have on, or they have in the background. If someone makes a talk and he wears purple, doesn't mean he's hoaxing you.
No, of course not.
But if it's a politician or someone high in the corporate world or someone with rank or it's someone on TV, okay, why are you wearing that purple shoe? Or why are you waving your hand like this? You all certain hand movements they make. Now listen, I talk with my hands often, so do Italians do. So if someone talks with hands, doesn't mean anything. But there are specific hand movements they often do. Just to trigger you, yes. So one thing they often do is pointing the finger like this. That's the finger that points to Zeus or Hellel. So when you point the finger, say I'm with Apollo. That's actually what they're saying. That's one thing. Hiding the hands like this. You see a lot of them doing this.
That one with the hiding of the hand, and you see that a lot. I've seen that a lot.
The hiding of the hand means the following. It simply means, guys, I'm not okay what goes down over here. I don't want to be part of it. But don't worry, I'm not going to mess it up. Just leave me alone. Okay, just do what you're doing. I don't see anything. But just don't mention my name. This is what hiding hands simply means. So those are type of.
Also, a lot of signals I've noticed is also a covering of the eye when they're using.
Yes, because there is this legend that Apollo, or that's Alexander of Macedonia, from whom Apollo is based, had a deformed eye. You hear me? And based on that, and because Alexander from Macedonia conquered Egypt and from Alexandria, he became the pharaoh of Egypt also. That's why there was issue with an eye in the pyramid. The eye in the pyramid refers to the eye of Alexander of Macedonia, what they call Alexander the Great, or we also call Apollo or Helios. You know what I mean? So the covering the eye, now, if someone covers their eye because the eye is hurting, that's different. Or some influence of the eye because they want to appear cool.
You might just do that. It doesn't have any really,
but
it doesn't have a real bad meaning.
If people keep covering their eye over and over again in the same field, that's different. Or sometimes they have a black eye. They get knocked on the eye, so the eye gets swollen as a form of tribute also. You sometimes see them with a black eye walking around. So I know it sounds a bit obsessive, but these type of people are obsessive. You shouldn't be obsessive with them, absolutely not. But just know they're around, do their thing. But the thing is, you can counter it if you're alert. Unfortunately, many people don't counter it, and before you know it, things are happening. Don't get me wrong, there are actual random crime happening on Earth, of course, but most crime are rituals. Even many home invasions are rituals being done.
Sergeant asked, what about Hippie and him holding his face, head resting it, and then he touches or pointed to his ear? I'm sure it was symbolic. Are you talking about Judge Hippler inside your bones? I think she's referring to Judge Hippler here.
Look, if you're a judge...
I'm going to close my microphone. I'm with you. I mean my camera. I'm with you in a second. Keep talking.
Okay, look. If you're a judge, I make such hand gestures, all of that, I'm going to question you. Simple as that. Because with such position, you should know better.
Yeah.
By the way, some judges are part of these cults. So if one of these cult members is in trouble with the law, he may mention some phrases in the courtroom, and the judge goes, aha, I need to rescue you or get you out of trouble. This happens to you. They may say some weird sentence like, rescue the drowning man, or something nonsensical. And you think, why is the guy shouting in the court like that? If the judge is part of the same cult, the judge goes, aha, I need to get involved in operation to rescue this individual. But if you later get a judge who's not part of it, you're finished. That's why some of these cases stall, and they never resolved. Yeah, so, okay. Anyone has a question for me, let me know.
Sorry, I'm with you. Sorry about that. I'm with you. Yeah, so I mean, she noticed that Hippler often does that, and sorry about that, Rashid. So he'll often do that, and he will also do something very strange with his finger, if you've noticed. There's almost like a finger movement that I noticed where he does that.
Listen, I'm not accusing anyone, but
I'm not accusing him. I'm just saying, as an example, it might not mean anything. It might just mean that he's being disrespectful.
Yeah. It might mean anything, but I'm still going to question you because you shouldn't be so careless with your body language, and you are a judge in a courtroom, knowing that a lot of these satanic cults out there even infiltrate courtrooms, giving off the wrong idea. So
yeah. So Diaper Dandy says yes, the church runs Moscow with DC connections. Very true. And inside your bones, yes, he does look very bored.
Oh, and by the way, for those who want to research why they call it Washington, D.C., what's the C standing for? Once you figure that out, you know everything you need to know about the foundation of the United States. It's a prostitution. It's a harlot goddess, by the way, so just so you know. That's why they tend to call politicians sons of bitches, because they worship a bitch entity, Columbia, which comes from Semiramis, a Babylonian goddess. That's really what it is. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, the occult is deeply inwoven with even the structure of the United States. Not just the United States, but the United States is way too obvious in your face. So, if I see any public official acting a bit weird, I already put you on a watch list. Simple as that.
Yeah, and inside your bones, 100%, she says LDS, Mormon, yes, very much so, and that's very prevalent there up in Idaho, I believe.
Okay, one more thing I think is important for you to understand. These satanic cults, they need needs undercover operations within the function. They need to do money laundering. They need to have front companies, all of that. They need all of that because they can't come in the open.
Would they hide behind an organization like the church?
Absolutely. It's not.
Yes,
It's
right.
very hard to hide behind the Catholic Church because the Catholic Church has a lot of oversight to check things on. Protestant churches are much easier for you to hide behind because they have a common oversight. I don't think there are no calls hiding behind the Catholic Church. They do.
Oh, no, they do.
Think about the country Belgium and the Belfagor. Look at it for yourself. What I'm saying is,
And this is also not to say that every church is got a cult hiding behind them either, because we both followers of Christ. So
no, but
we don't find that.
One thing I'm telling you, a lot of these underworld figures even start churches. You know what I mean? Their churches were not but fronts for the underworld, show. So they hide a lot of things in it, like demonic overpowerment. They call it falling in the spirit, being slain in the spirit. For example, when they do ritual magic on you, they call it prophesying or whatever. So they have all these covers they're using. But one thing I want you to remember, they all need fronts. Either they make a fake company or organization themselves, or they hijack an existing company to use as a front for them. So you may have a bakery in a neighborhood, and the bakery is a real bakery selling bread. But the bakery is hijacked by one of these cults as an access point to their children. Could be. Or it could be you have a Chinese restaurant over there, and they never have customers ever. But it's still running. It looks luxury. It's like, how come this restaurant is looking so good all the time, but there are barely customers over there? Watch out for a Chinese restaurant. I never see Chinese people going there to eat. Watch out for that.
Say again, a Chinese restaurant, watch out for what?
If you have a Chinese restaurant and you never see Chinese people going there to eat, watch out for that. Because that means the Chinese community nearby knows what goes on over there. That's why they don't go.
Oh, wow.
And the thing is, we talked about the Germanic satanic cults. With the Asians, it's quite easy. In Hong Kong, you have this Li dynasty, the family called Li. Not everyone with the Muslim Li is part of it. We have the Li dynasty that since ancient times have been running the underworld in Asia. And they use ritual violence over all of Asia to keep a grip over the population there. And they use corporations, companies, even charity organizations and churches as a front. So, for example, I've been to Korea. I lived in Korea for 9 months. I haven't seen many decoys over there, but sometimes you see a store or whatever, and it's actually a decoy. It's used for the underworld. But what you'll notice is it will always overcompensate when it's a decoy. You can have a church, for example, you have all these women putting extra makeup, looking extra nice all the time. I don't think, are these women just looking nice just because they're feminine, or is there more going on? Or you may have a church that's very anti-drag queens. It's because they're underworld decoy. They worship a drag queen entity called Apollo. So that can also be the case. So look at a company or a church or an organization overcompensates. If they're overcompensating, either they're incompetent in running the business or they are a decoy for the underworld. And that's how, okay, for example, let me give an example how this may work. Let's say now you have a guy in New York City that hates his brother-in-law. Sure. And he wants to get, are you there?
Oh yeah, no, I'm just looking at, Inside Your Bones said something about shell companies, and Steve,
Yes.
they do have, you're quite correct, there's a company that isn't really a company, that they are actually a front.
So let's say now Jack hates his brother-in-law Kevin, and he wants to go to a witch doctor to put a spell on Kevin. He goes to some consultant office in New York. You think it's a consultant office for law, but it's really a decoy for the underworld. That lawyer that works over there he is a lawyer by degree, but it's actually a warlock. He's actually a witch doctor. So Jack goes there and says, listen, hey, please get rid of my brother-in-law Kevin for me, please. And the guy said, okay, we could do a ritual on him to get him gone. It takes $3,000. Okay, so Jack pays $3,000. The quote-unquote lawyer now, who's actually a witch doctor, takes $2,000, puts it in a pot. Okay, and let's think now, there are 100 people that month that comes such requests. It's over $300,000. Okay, that one witch doctor makes. You don't think the witch doctors, it doesn't dress like African traditional witch doctors with those with all those ornaments. No, he wears three-piece suits with Armani suits, Rolex thing. He's just a wealthy businessman. He's just actually he's not for sure, but he's actually a witch doctor. So let's say now you have 1,000 witch doctors in New York City, each make around $200,000 a month. That's around 300 million. So you have all these witch doctors, part of these cults, who earn millions a month together, and all this cash is put together for these shell companies. So if you, let's say you have a daughter who wants to do modeling, they may think, we need some young teenage girls to distract people. Oh, this one over there has a daughter. Okay. Dude, set up a shell company for modeling and invite these parents for their daughters. And check which of the parents are also secretly involved. And that's how they'll actually pay these parents maybe $5,000, $10,000, whatever, to keep them silent. And the daughter is brought to whatever islands or whatever mansion it is, and things go down. Parents are paid, parents are in on it, and tell daughter, shut up, Lisa, just do what you have to do, you have got money. Or sometimes these fathers are told, listen, you want to get more investment financially, you have a 12-year-old daughter, right? It looks good. You know what? Bring her to the master tonight. And the guy will tell his daughter, hey, daddy wants to bring you to one of his friends. Please dress up well. Okay, daddy, I go. Then the father leaves. And the daughter says, Dad, where are you going? And she's there left with the man. Well, that's how things go down. Yeah, their parents selling out their children and to these witch doctors, and witch doctors want the cash to give. So they have all these front companies, organizations they're using just to keep the cash going. But what the root of is common people with bitter envy and jealousy when they action against sometimes own relatives paying them. Witch doctors earn millions per city a month. That's also where a lot of the cash is coming from. So you may have a consultancy company, or you may have a travel agent over there, but it's not really a travel agency. It's actually a witch doctor with his team over there, ready to do transfer people. And oh, by the way, it came out that from the Netherlands alone, each year, around 20,000 men go abroad to molest children in poorer countries. And these agencies are aware of it because the agencies are part of the underworld. That's why. So you just have to realize which agencies actually are front or not. They know where to go if you have these sick urges. So the underworld, they remain relevant by taking advantage of the jealousy and envy in the population. I mean, a lot of people want to pay to get rid of a loved one or whatever. There are a lot of shell companies where witch doctors operate. And besides that, also a lot of people complying with, let's say there's a concert. An artist goes to a concert. But the thing is, 80% of the tickets are fake. Only 20% are real. So 20% of tickets are sold. So you bought one of these real tickets and you're there. And see all those other people there in the stadium. Well, sure, the various other people in the stadium part of the culture. They were paid to be there.
So are you saying they would basically send their own daughters in, and they don't have a problem with this at all?
Well, if you worship these antique deities who weren't female friendly to begin with, then I don't understand you can be friendly towards your own daughter. I don't see that. So yes, they do that. They sell out their own daughters, own granddaughters. They do these things. And if the daughter or granddaughter ends up messed up mentally, you just say she's a drug addict in a mental asylum, or she become homeless, whatever.
Guys, how many times have you all heard something like that happening? Because it seems to happen quite a bit.
Thing is, the Germanic devil worshippers, they have an obsession with exploiting women, while those are more into the Greek thing, official Greek thing, ancient Greek thing. They're more involved into little boys. So that's the difference.
So you say they're more into boys.
In the Greek tradition, it's mainly boys are interested into molesting boys for young men. But the Germanic ones want to defake towards girls because that's what they were doing in ancient Germania. Their ancestors were doing back then. In ancient times, a lot of Germanic women were trafficked into the Roman Empire, and blonde hair at some point was seen as prostitution because a lot of blonde-haired women were trafficked into brothels inside the Roman Empire by their own Germanic family members in Germania. You also had the Crimean slave trade, which was when Slavic and Germanic Europeans used to traffic on women somewhere in the modern era, I believe the 1600s, something like that. So this has been going on for a while, and don't forget, up until the early 19th century, there were a lot of pirates from the Barbary states in northern Africa kidnapping women, and also women, and demanding ransom. What they don't tell you is sometimes women were sold actually by some of their own relatives. That's one of the reasons why the United States wanted to build their Navy presence in the world, because to protect their own citizens being kidnapped by Barbary pirates. Because after independence from Britain in 1783, they didn't have British protection anymore. So they had to do it on their own. So, yes, the trafficking, the being harsh towards women, is an ancient tradition that they keep going. And that's why the virtuous deities also. And they will always show what they're about eventually, always. Yeah. And it's the reason I've explained it so much because again, amongst Europeans themselves, they're very vague and mythical about this. It's very rarely when Europeans actually explain these things as they are. So I grew up in Europe, so I'm European by association, not by ethnicity. But I get you already talk about it, so that's why I'm saying this will now go down. When they're issues in their communities or societies, they take out a sacrifice. They don't actually process or deal with things. This is how it goes, unfortunately. Other Europeans will deal with things, they are, but they're often suppressed and blacklisted. Simple as that.
Yeah, it's just such a new take on this case, because I mean, I think, like I said in the beginning, a lot of people don't can't comprehend how this all ties together. But I always felt that there was something very dark involved, darker than what we just see, because there's always this question where people say, who did it? And I don't think personally, from what you're telling me, that we'll ever really know. What do you think? Do you think somebody will eventually talk one day or slip up? Or is that what we're talking about? The heat coming out?
At some point, someone's going to slip up about this. Eventually. Especially with social media these days, someone's going to slip up about it if it's not already happening. But one thing I also wanted to mention is that in college or university, actually, even the last 1 or 2 years of high school, watch out. Because the underworld, lost a group of people who are in that age range. It's very hard to put someone who's in their 40s because they will say, get out of here, I don't want to be part of this. It's easy to put someone that's younger because they're more impressionable. And there are quite some women who are willing to be part of these things, y'all, more than you realize. So just because a woman looks like you, as Simon says, it doesn't really mean that you should trust her. So, yeah. So in this case of Idaho Four, listen, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But I'm telling you, there were women around the female victims who knew about what was about to go down, y'all. There were. Has to be. And they got their payment, whether it's just cash or some weed or whatever payment it is they got their payment, and they go on with life now until the next ritual is about to take place. And it's how to go on and on till the day they die.
So when we talk about this inside your bones, yes, I agree with you 100%. this kind of ties into what I'm saying about the fraternities and them pledging, because a lot of them, when they do all these rituals, and it's very much to the Greek,
Mm-hmm.
the Greek god side of it.
Mm-hmm.
They take these secrets with them into adulthood, because you'll see their father was part of a fraternity, their grandfather was part of a fraternity, and it's generational, But that's why I asked you, do you think one of them will talk? Because
Yeah.
often a lot of them, maybe they've done something so embarrassing, right? And it's actually filmed, or it's used against them, or they threatened. And
But
so
but
I
the
think
thing
it's
is,
a caution
black,
that they might not talk.
the blackmail is not that effective for these satanic cults. You know what I mean? It's
Okay.
easier for someone to really align to what you're doing, or really excuse what you're doing. And don't forget, not all rituals are about killing people. Some are just about molesting and breaking up people mentally. You
Yeah.
call it the clown ritual, they call it then. Okay?
Yes, yes.
Oh, by the way, one time a Dutch woman told me clearly that when she was 11 and younger, the friends of her father, they railed her. And he let it happen. So sometimes when people feel comfortable enough to reveal things, they will say, this happened to me. So if people have survived, eventually will speak. Whether people listen or not, that's a different matter.
Mm-hmm.
So yes, but just understand, this whatever the deep layer is of this case is going to come out anyway, maybe sooner than later. What I do want is, I want people to learn from this case and be more alert about their surroundings, because listen, this was an extreme ritual, a quadruple murder. Most of the time, it's just someone going missing and the body is found, or someone's missing and never found back, or someone is severely beaten up and they crippled for life, or you have a woman that was gang raped or whatever, because also ritual rape also happens, or a house was looted completely, everything stolen, or they burned down a building. Normally, it's these type of things. This was an extreme ritual, if it was a ritual, y'all. That means they really wanted to save the reputation of the state over there.
Mm-hmm. They obviously, like you said, took it a little bit far, because they went a bit far, and not thinking that a lot of people will ask questions or be onto them. So,
thing is, these satanic cults, they operate in the past based on traditions. They don't do updates how things are today. If they would have paid attention to how the world has changed by social media, they would realize, guys, we need to be watched out right now. A lot of our own European, Germanic, and Slavic people are put up with this. I see so many European women, or people with European descent, talk about this case non-stop. They won't stop talking about it. A lot of European men want to go to the bottom of it, y'all. So it's not like the 1800s or early 1900s anymore that something bad happens. Everyone said, okay, we have to be loyal to our people, so stay silent. The sense of stay silent for the sake of the group that's gone, y'all. But they still think the sense of loyalty is there. Well, actually doesn't exist anymore. So you're going to see more sacrifices.
That's true. And Nadia is also in the Netherlands, so she's saying here all the things you said about the Netherlands, 100% true.
Oh, she's Netherlands too. Hi, hey Nadia.
Nadia lives in the Netherlands. So if anybody wants to come up and chat with Rashid, you're absolutely welcome. I know Nadia. Hoe gaan dit met jou?
Yes, and let me tell you one thing: the Netherlands has a lot of ritual crime, y'all. I warned about this for years ago, but people act like they didn't see it, y'all. But I kind of know where the cults are in the Netherlands. You have them worshiping Neptune in Zealand, the province of Zealand. There's a woman who confesses towards me also. Yeah, after the women of the blue speak out, even against strangers, so that's an advantage. You want to get it off your chest. You have them worshiping in the south, what used to be the Netherlands, what's today's Belgium, goes with Belfagor, a toilet demon. That's why you have look at the problem of murders and mark it through and find out more about it. You also have them worshiping Odin directly. They're more in the east of the Netherlands. And you have them, some of them worship Molech. There's another entity that's around Amsterdam. They do that. So I kind of know where they're all located at. They're not happy with me at all. I mean, they would really want me dead. really, but you know what? I'm still alive by the power of Christ, so that's perfectly fine. I'll always be alive. I mean, they really want me gone, y'all, but hey, I only die when Christ says it's my time to go, so that's good. So if you're in the Netherlands, keep your eyes open. Let me say it in Dutch. Hou je ogen open alsjeblieft.
Are you also, yeah, in South Africa, you say,
That's what I told you. Yeah.
Just say a little bit different here. We'd say, are you, well, I think that's similar to Dutch.
Yeah, I kind of said the wrong way to keep your eyes open, something to focus on your phone. Because so many people always in the phone all the time. Everyone, I'm the boss, whatever, in the phone. Hi, Rashid, how are you doing? Phone. I'm thinking, guys, look around you a little bit. What if someone is about to stab you or whatever? What if the people, they don't notice anything? No. Look around you. Especially this winter season because they're about to sacrifice what will go down soon. Just beware.
What you're saying is quite interesting because if you look at that footage there at the grub truck on the night, all those teenagers at the grub truck were like, okay, so, right, they weren't paying attention to what was happening, and that's where I feel sometimes a lot of signaling started. A lot of suspicious people were hanging around there at that grab truck, and of course these people had no clue, right? Because they were on their phone.
Yeah. Listen, I understand, but come on, what can it be on your phone so innocent you can't pay around to people to teach around you all? You hear me? Most of the time when people are on the phone, you look at the phone, you're playing a random game. You don't have to do something interesting. My age is 34, I'm about to turn 35 this year. I remember a time when social media was new with MSN Messenger, all of that. I remember a time when phones were just phones. Smartphones were not a thing at all. I'm telling you, things changed, y'all. Right now, even older people are in their phone all the time, like they don't talk to one another. And that's a great environment to kidnap people and set people up because nobody knows anything. I'm not okay with it. So, but anyway,
just like the last question that we touched on. So we spoke about the 8-hour delay.
Oh, yeah.
In obviously you don't have to answer. I want to get this with people. And we're not shaming people for being on their phones. I mean, I think the kids today grow up, I say kids, they grow up in a very different world than what I did because we didn't have phones, didn't have a phone till I was in my 20s. But saying that they chose, okay, we're going to go in for anything over that is not necessary. Dylan and Bethany were not chosen as part of those 4 for a definite reason. But the only way I see them not knowing what was happening is either 1, they were involved, because I've always believed that there is a female involved. And again, I'm not accusing them, just so people don't strike my channel, just my opinion. I've always felt there was a female involved. That's the first thing. The second thing is, if they weren't, then there's no way that they could have been inside that house and still say, we didn't see anything, we didn't hear anything.
Listen, y'all, about the way these 4 victims were taken out, the executioners of what we say is a ritual, I'm not 100% sure, but I'm convinced a ritual, they want to show they agree with the agenda, that they hate women. They want to show it in your face. Because the thing is, normally when they do such rituals, they offer up men, because one proves themselves against men. But at this time, they went after women too, and they showed it to the full. And with such overkill, and there are other women there, as a matter of fact, why didn't it just go after the women only? You get me? So listen, whether or not they were involved, the time the story doesn't add up. 8 hours is an Helios over there, an X. So already it was disturbing. I mean, you don't call the 911, but you want to call your father, a friend. I believe they called other people before. Why call other people before and not a 911? In the Netherlands, if you hear something bad's going on and you don't call the cops, the 911 immediately, if later people die, you go to jail for at least 2 years. And it comes this way.
Called failure to notify.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I hear that she talks to, I believe, her father first, then some friends. I'm sorry, if you see a masked man in your student's dorm with a damn knife, likely bloody knife also, listen, I scream very loud so every neighbor will hear about me. I rush out of the place if there's a door open. Everyone, come here, come out. It wasn't even such a big neighborhood to begin with. You know what I mean? The whole place.
Yeah.
And the houses were not even made from deep concrete. They were acid all the sound. So it would be able to hear stuff. Or if you hide in a roommate's room, call 911 immediately.
What I always wonder about, well, there's two things. When you say anything, and I mentioned this before, so I don't want to sound like a broken record, you question this and you're victim shaming them. God forbid you're not allowed to ask why. But if you've ever been in a situation like that, and I've said this before, I've been in a situation like that where somebody broke in to my house, and I can tell you now, this happened maybe 20 years ago, and I was terrified. I was calling everybody, the fire department, the cops, my dad, the response. I was pressing the panic button. I went and hid on the other side of the bed. I was terrified, and I didn't even see them. I could just smell them in my house. And so that's the first thing. If you've been in a situation like that, it's very traumatizing. You're not going to go and lock yourself in a room and say, I can't remember what happened. You'll sober up very quickly. That's the first thing. The second thing is, yes, they did call friends. Bethany, I believe, called her father, and who told her to take Adderall for a toothache. Now, something doesn't seem right with that story as well. But anyway, I'll get into that in another video. But yes, Nadia, I did. I was freaking out. I didn't know what to do because it was dark, and you can imagine me. I was crawling on the floor because I didn't want them to see me. And I woke up. I went to the kitchen. I put the kettle on, and I smelled. Oh my God, these people are in my house. I felt it, and I got down and I crawled, and I slammed the middle gate shut, locked it, and I was on the phone. People were there within 5 minutes. So I was crazy. Sorry about that, Nadia. Ibuprofen. Sorry about that. I made a mistake. But the next thing that I want to say is when Dylan ran down to Bethany's room, they locked themselves up. They later in the morning, they did call friends. They said they tried to call the roommates. They were on Indeed. They were on Instagram. They were on Snapchat. They were all over social media taking pictures. But the thing that puzzles me, there was, I think, correct me in the chat if I'm wrong, there was about a 3-hour period where there was no activity on their phone. Now, the question I have is, what were they, because I've never seen officers asking them this question, what were you guys talking about during this 3 hours? What were you discussing? Because you didn't go to sleep and wake up. You won't sleep if you're in that state. You're in survival mode now. You're run for your life. So what was the discussion? What were you guys talking about? What happened?
You know, the first time on TV, American TV, also one of the, I don't know if it was a prosecutor or whoever it was, they asked her why the 8 hours. I said, well, when people are in shock, they tend to freeze all of that. I'm talking to myself, really, lady, are you going to excuse this right now? I don't know any country where you can wait 8 hours after such a thing happens, you call them and you left off hook like that.
No.
What we need to, what the thing is, I'm not saying they were involved, I'm not accusing anyone, I'm just saying if they were not involved, then that means that whoever did this same ritual knew that they wouldn't speak up. Okay, so if the killer or killers who were there doing the ritual knew very well they wouldn't speak up. It means that the people who set the ritual up knew them very well. Also, that they wouldn't speak up. So that brings another question into. So it seems like a big portion of the town was involved in this.
Yeah,
and
it's true.
But that's the thing.
I mean, I think that's the thing people can't grasp, because I don't think anybody has ever seen something like that where, and again, obviously we're not accusing them, but we're saying then whoever did it knew that they wouldn't talk. Why? And why were they not questioned? Why were they not? I believe they were treated as a suspect. They were cleared, but I don't see how. This is just my opinion. I cannot see that they were not in on it unless they were not in that house. That's the only way that I would believe that they were not aware. I'm not saying they did it, but they definitely knew what was happening. And I believe that several people in the entire neighborhood, remember, there were so many noise complaints that night. There's even video footage of it, where the cops are over there threatening these students that they're going to call the landlord, right? And cops were there the whole time. Yet you hear this audio during the night of all these screams and everything. And then I was wondering, so where were the cops when these screams started? Where were the cops when you can hear? And I don't know if people are going to come down on me, but I can't say these screams. I'm not saying they were the murders happening. Some people believe that it was the murders happening. Some people believe that they were party screams. I'm not going to agree or disagree with anyone because I wasn't there. I can't say. What I'm saying is there was noise. So at the time there was noise. Where was law enforcement to come out and say, hey guys, cut it out?
Yeah, and the thing is, if there's so much noise happening, nobody goes on and say, guys, what goes on over there? Keep it quiet a little bit. I mean, this was not a very spacious, big neighborhood to begin with.
No, it's not. It's crazy. And Nadia says here to you as well, Hunter was holding a knife when the cops arrived on the scene. No, you got to be kidding me, Nadia. That is so correct. Who goes and grabs any kind of weapon, right, for an unconscious person? That does not make sense. In any other scenario, the cops would have taken him into custody immediately and said, get your hands up, buddy.
You know what I'm realizing right now? Whoever did this criminal sympathy ritual, again, we're not accusing anyone. We can't fully absolutely rule out Bryan Kohberger because we weren't there. But one thing, whoever did this criminal sympathy ritual, they never considered the social media backlash would come. They never considered it. Because if they would have considered it, they would have done it a bit more professionally. Right now, it's sloppy. It's kind of embarrassing. And people are demanding answers now. Sorry, why this? Why that? Because if this was done in the 1980s, they would have gone away with it easily. Or 1990s. Because where it was 2022, and we're heading toward the way it is 2020 right now, they can't just do it anymore. So expect the United States more of these blunders to happen, these rituals very soon. Because one thing about this satanic group is
you think it's going to happen? Do you think this kind of thing or this kind of ritual is going to happen soon again? Is that what you're saying?
I'm not saying to the same extent, like quadruple murders are quite a lot, but I'm saying because these groups hold on to the past so much, they don't adapt to the present. And social media makes it impossible to not detect these people.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, expect more of these rituals to become blunders very soon.
Wow.
And it's going to be in everyone's face very soon, y'all. Okay?
That's true. Inside Your Bone says they were also filming in the street that night. Yeah, I also wonder about that. I heard about some photography group that was there. So where is that footage? Crazy. But I think everybody's saying, yeah, this kind of thing happens all the time. So, you know,
Listen, there are times people get killed because of domestic violence arguments or a rape deal in the drug world. Or that, by the way, in the criminal world, when you're thinking of this, is a ritual, by the way, always by default. Or they're killed because of a jealous ex who's often. So these tragic things do happen. But overwhelming a majority of crimes in general happens are planned rituals. And the reason why it's able to continue like this is because nobody asked the question, why are all these cases way too similar like this? You know what I mean?
explain when you say similar, go on a little bit with that, if you don't mind.
Because, okay, think about it.
I'm going to take up your whole night, but
But thing is, the reason why it's the ritual is you want to build a pattern in people's nervous system. You want to be able to put a trick into people, so it must be similar. Okay, if I show my signature, it's everywhere the same. So you see, I say, oh, these were sheets. Or if you have a company with a red logo and someone you have a blue logo, you know, it's not the company, it's a fake. You know what I mean? So just like we identify things with logos and things, all of that, they want to put their emotional signature on the people. So things have to be similar. But if things are way too similar over and over again, it's like a playbook playing out. Then we have to start wondering, why is this way too similar, y'all? I mean, if a woman gets murdered by an ex-partner in Britain and another one gets murdered by an ex-partner somewhere in Brazil, okay, it's both an ex-partner, but there shouldn't be too many similarities over there because they're two different countries. You know what I mean? But if you notice that in both cases, there are mathematical similarities over and over again. It could be that the
numerology comes into it, of course.
The club she was killed at was named after a Greek god, for example. And in the Netherlands, the woman that was killed by an ex-boyfriend was killed near a crossroad, cross and X Ilias. You start thinking, come on now, why is it so similar? And once we start asking why it's so similar, things begin to be unmust. Thing is, right now there are people noticing things, but it's not that far. People say, you know what, why rely on this rituals to happen? We're not that far yet. I mean, in Latin America, people are that far in general, but not in Western Europe, United States, or the former British Commonwealth nations. I don't see that.
So there's no reason other than to send a message.
What do you mean?
The reason for the blood rituals. You know, if you kind of explain what is the reason really that they do it.
Human beings in its fallen state.
Besides being part of this cult.
No. I'm about to explain to you why they do it on the masses and why it keeps happening. Mankind is in its fallen state, always escaping. It's caused a lot of problems, dysfunction, and issues. Mankind is not that quick to admit when they're wrong and comply with justice. So you want to keep the masses calm while escaping, and the way to do it is by giving an outlet so people can get not such supply to feel like they're okay. And that's what the standard calls are providing. And that's why they continue like that. They can't be successful everywhere in the same amount. But for example, in some places in Africa, I don't even dare to do it over there because people actually take them out immediately. But in places like the Netherlands or maybe even Britain, they have free reign to do it because everyone keeps excusing everything. But it's the public wanting relief and not facing life. That is the quote-unquote justification they use for doing this. As if the people really want solutions and really want to deal with stuff, these satanic cults would collapse from the inside out. But hey, knowing fallen mankind, for thousands of years it's been going on like this, people are not that quick to escape. Even a lot of people who claim they follow Christ are escaping too. So that's really the root of it. It's the people, really. It's the people that allow it to happen. And it's not very fun to come to this conclusion, but at the end of the day, these cults only function if the people letting them go ahead. I should not be the only one right now explaining all of this. There should be many people coming out saying this, and this, even survivors. But hey, people remain silent. Also, it continues.
That's why when you messaged me, because I told you I was kind of wondering about this being very dark, but I researched a little bit of it, but I wasn't, I don't know your qualifications, obviously, and your knowledge about all of this. But you sense it, you sense there's something more to this.
Yeah.
And
there's one more thing I want to explain, Wendy, very briefly, and then if you want, you can close off if you need to go. There's one more thing, and that's spellbinding. I want to explain spellbinding very quickly, because I also explain why these rituals are effective. Okay? Now, what is magic is already explained. You manipulate the frequency in the earth to trigger outcomes that normally wouldn't happen in a healthy way. That's magic. With magic with a K, not magic with a C, the magic you do with playing cards. This is just illusionism. Okay, let me be clear. Here's the thing. Spell binding is when you do tricks in the electromagnetic field of the earth to trigger a movement without being a part of it. That's spell binding. You want to bind people to an outcome through unnatural triggers. And the thing is, the most powerful spell binding that exists is voodoo. When you type in voodoo in Google, you get the voodoo religion from Haiti or a version from Africa. There's some modern day versions, relatively modern. Voodoo goes all the way back to ancient times. Ancient Egypt, all of that. Voodoo is the strongest spell binder that exists. I know because in the Caribbean, where I'm born, people do this. Even the Caribbean, the Netherlands is a lot show. Voodoo is they also call it brujeria and all this other stuff. It's a strong spell binder that exists. Juju is a bit more lower ranking than this and all that. I'm not going to all that, but voodoo is the most strongest spell binder there is. And it's from Africa. Okay, so they got it from the quote unquote blacks. They got it from. This is how voodoo works. You take an image, any image, and you associate a bad emotion with it. Let's say you take an apple. I'm telling them, green apples make you sick. Green apples make you sad. Green apples bring bad luck. Don't notice that it's an apple. But you make sure there's an image there, and you always associate this heavy emotion with it. What happens is your mind's going to see a connection with it. Okay? Your mind's going to have to see a connection with it. Eventually, when it's repeated over and over again, your body's going to get used to it too. So now, anytime you hear about the green apple, you might think about bad luck, or you feel like, okay, there may be bad luck coming. When people ask you, why do you think other people mention green apples, y'all? You don't even notice yourself, but already installed a direction in you. Now, this is just a random stuff in an apple. Now, what the Dutch did in the 1600s was the Dutch, since ancient times, it used to be the country of the Vates, Frisia, and Batavia, Germanic tribes. The Germanic tribes in ancient times worship swamp monsters. They call them neckers or knickers. That's how you used to call them. Swamp demons. They still do.
I've heard of that. Yes.
So these swamp demons, so there was a big fear of swamp demons over here because, culturally speaking, they were used to do ritual drowning here often with their own people. So the fear of swamp monsters was something deep in the population. When they wanted to exploit the Americas and Africa, they came up with, we need to have some justification why we can unionize these groups of people. The Black Coast were not decided yet by the King of France. So they came up with, you know what? We're going to call all these dark-skinned, light-skinned people from Africa and the Americas, we call them niggers. We're going to call them swamp monsters. We're going to project our fear for swamp monsters onto them. And with imageries, with text, kept associating us with swamp monster. Over time, a lot of people begin to think we actually are swamp monsters.
Yeah, that feels already imprinted.
And that was the start of anti-black racism that was internalized by the Afro-Moorish people too, even till this day. Okay, so the English word nigger is a harder word from nigger or necker from Dutch. It means swamp monster. So that's a swamp monster ideology. It's also from a voodoo they've been doing, and they kept repeating over and over again.
But that terminology is still used today to scare people off. I mean, they've even made dolls that they call swamp monster.
Yeah, but that's what it's a religion from the ancient Netherlands, y'all. You even do it in Sweden still, but in Sweden and Norway kind of shut it down. So we don't want to be associated with this anymore. But in the Netherlands, you have a bus station called Neckerspoel. Neckerspoel means the pond or the lake of the Necker. Okay? In Belgium, you have a train station called Neckerspoel. So those used to be ponds where they originally murdered own people, blaming swamp monsters for it. So yes, they're still doing it, and you also have for Arnold Schwarzenegger. Schwarzenegger, black necker, black nigger. So if the last name means that the people worship swamp monsters, and he's from Germanic descent also through Austria. Also, they have a company called Neckerman. It's an actual a company out there, and Neckerman means a necker man. So actually, a man who's a necker. So the swamp monster worship is still going on, but they projected the fear of it onto people who are like me through and it was the association. And what I'm saying is, this how voodoo works. It's an association through imagery and emotions. Okay, and voodoo is not Greek; it's Egyptian. Okay, but it's the strongest form of Egyptian occultism that actually exists, and it's effective if you combine it with the Greek mathematics. Okay, so what I'm saying is, voodoo is far more common than people realize, and I'm telling you, all these Germanic wizards, chief warlocks, and people who do all of these things, they all use voodoo. A lot of them go to Haiti or Curacao, even Lucy, New Orleans in the United States to buy charms with actual dark-skinned wizards over there who know the craft better. And the wizards walk around in the Netherlands too. We can get you Persian charms for it. They do it for political campaigns, for corporations, or whatever. Even politicians buy charms at these places. So it's spellbinding. And I'm not saying that this is the case, but it seems like they want to use voodoo now, in this case, to shame everyone even questioning it. And but just know, voodoo is strong spellbinding, not the modern day voodoo you find on Wikipedia, but an ancient one. That practice today all over the place. And listen, a lot of these people on the, that Father Falls came out to the United States are deeply involved in voodoo. That's all they do. And
that's crazy.
It wouldn't surprise me if there's some connection to some witch doctor somewhere in the Caribbean or Africa to these files. It wouldn't surprise me.
Really?
Yes.
To this case specifically?
In this case, I'm not sure about this case, but the thing is, they're only racial when it comes to their own people being under the grid. They're not racial when it comes to learning the craft from other places.
Okay.
What I'm saying is, I don't want people to see, this case is so separate over there in a corner in America, totally disconnected from the rest of the world. It's not the case. No cases. And especially now, especially with the effort they put into it, there's more involved in it, Joe.
Sergeant Brown says, has anyone seen Dylan's weird collages? They are bizarre. Didn't she draw? Yes, I saw some things on her wall, a lot of butterflies, and she had this thing about drawing bushy eyebrows, didn't she? I saw she was drawing pictures of eyebrows. So, yeah, those things were a little bit weird. But are you talking about something else? Oh, Nadia, thank you.
Okay, but one thing I want to explain to you, when it comes to voodoo and getting assistance, it's not based on geography. You hear me?
Okay. Yeah.
You can have someone all the way from Alaska wanting help doing voodoo on a local community over there, and he calls someone from, let's say, Costa Rica to help him out. Or fly over there to get assistance. This is how it works.
Yeah.
Even in ancient times, the Greeks, they want to build their own craft, went to Egypt and Ethiopia to learn the craft over there and bring it back. So I'm not sure, but things, especially rituals like this, will have so much impact. There's always some international angle to it, always. Because local rituals are just done and people go on like nothing happens. But things like this, things like that, because there's an international component to it. Anyway,
yeah, that's true. I'm sorry, I was just charging something here quickly. Okay, Nadia says, I'm here for the laughs, your bones, and the cool people. That's good. It's worldwide eyebrows, definitely eyebrows that she had on her wall. But yeah, that's very interesting what you're talking about, Rashid. It's kind of mind-blowing to think that this can happen anyway.
Well, I don't want people to be paranoid and people time listen. Random crime, even random crime doesn't just happen randomly. It's not really at random. It's always a build-up of tension before something bad happens.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So this is a ritual crime. So it's prepared months or sometimes even years at a time. It's a big one. So there are enough chances to intercept it and stop it from happening. But the thing is, how people intercept it? That's the issue.
So if they plan another crime like this, obviously it wouldn't be on this big of a scale. Mm-hmm. But there are some other crimes where people have questioned Alphi. I know the Richard Allen case. I haven't talked about that on this channel yet. That's another one with Odinism involved. There seems to be a lot of crimes where it just, these cases just don't make sense. And then Yvonne says, hi Yvonne, how are you? Cannibalism bill introduced in Idaho legislature. Sorry if I'm saying it wrong. Sorry about that. So I put it up on screen. Cannibalism bill introduced.
Yep.
What exactly? What are they saying when they've introduced that?
Look, these satanic cults, they wanna test how far they can go with the population. They'll do a little ritual here, then a big one over there to see what the other public's going to respond. If at the little ritual to already backfire, ask questions, say, okay, we need to watch out. One ritual every 5 years then, if necessary. If you want to rituals, people just keep looking on their phone, thinking, man, we have free reign over here, man. Just do 3 extra one. You know what I mean? And there's another thing. I talked about wizards before. These men who fade their humanity completely, all of that. They're the ones involved in cannibalism, even eating children, all that other stuff. Yes, because they become being human anyway, so they can harm a tiny human being. Because children, mind you, vulnerable are as an adult, because as an adult you're vulnerable too. You don't outgrow from ability just as you're an adult. So children and women remind them that listen, you're vulnerable too. They can't stand that. So they are the ones swimming in feces and doing cannibalism, all this other stuff. Oh, the swimming feces called Scooby-Dooing, by the way. So just so you know where the term comes from. Their desires go back to ancient times before Christianity arrived. So those Russian only want to go back to ancient Germania, where they can openly traffic their own daughters, mothers, wives, whatever, unhindered. You want to go back to ancient times, they could be so-called hard men without having to consider much empathy. That's the harsh thing they want to go back to openly without any backlash. So anytime they try to see how far can we make this dream come true, well, this nightmare really, it's not really a dream. So
you do see this in certain things and certain cultures that are coming out, that this is what they're trying to move back to.
Yes.
Pre-Christ times, for sure.
Donald Trump's saying international law doesn't apply to me. I only need my own morality. What is he saying? No international law? What do he wants to go back to? To the time when humanity actually fight off one another unhindered. That's what he wants to go back to.
To be able to legally interfere with minors.
Yes. For example, if you type it in Google, Wood Woes, you can find a whole article on Wikipedia about the wild man archetype to go back in Germania. That's the type of man they want to be. They don't have to shower, don't have to be clean, don't have to be hygienic, don't have to be considered towards women, nothing. Just hard men hunting all of that. And if you talk too much, they go down to you. That's really the type of harshness they want to go back to make normalized again. But people aren't really open to that because it influences Christianity. So that's really what I want to be, the wood wolves, the wild men, but I want to act like they're Christ-like. They're
kind of hiding behind, like you said before, hiding behind the mask of Christianity, but still wanting to go back to those pre-Christ rituals or not rituals, things that were acceptable in those times.
Yes, and if you notice, when Christianity spread around, a lot of people began to throw away their books. So we no more dumb these deities. want better right now. The world couldn't wait to move on from that. But now they can't wait to undo the first coming of Christ. And that's why they insist on all of this like this. They want to abolish international law, abolish human rights, abolish protection rights for children, roll back on protecting women and all that. They want to go back to, as a woman, your property. From the time you have a menstruation, you're allowed to be sold out. They want to go back to all of this. And some even say openly that that's what they want. Some even say it openly, y'all. And yeah, but they're going to get more bolder very soon. They're going to be more bolder very soon with what they really want. The problem is they can't really do it because you have too many, the European population is so scattered worldwide. And there's always some migrant individual nearby, so they can't get their pure Germanic society. They don't go wild anymore, and they're not going to get it easily.
Whatever they want.
Unless they would commit genocide throughout Europe and commit all the colored people, but they're not going to be able to do that.
And Nadia says something interesting when we talk about the Epstein things. Yes, I did see that, Nadia. Evan Banfield is in that. I actually downloaded that entire file. So I saw, Banfield, Trashly. Mainstream media. A lot of people are in the...
I want to leave you with a solution, okay? You don't be afraid. Don't fear, because when you're afraid, your energy levels go down, your immune system goes down, you're more vulnerable. Avoid being fearful. Stay in a high vibration of joy, happiness.
I agree.
And for those who are not believers, serve Christ, the real Christ, please. Because he's above all these entities they're worshiping. And for the fact, my spirit abilities are high. I can see the spirit world only like the natural world. So I know how these entities actually look like. And a lot of people in the Netherlands are possessed. So yeah, I know.
So tell me, that's very interesting. You say that you can see these spirits, because I know my husband sees them as well.
Okay, it goes like this. Your physical body picks up physical light that comes in. That's all we can see. I don't have to explain that to people because it's less obvious. Okay, your ears. Thing is, your ears has the shell and some bones that begin to shake and go some through your ears. That's on a physical level. But the thing is, you are a spirit being, not a physical being. The body is just your function in the earth. You can also pick up things with your spirit eyes, your spirit ears. And things when you hear and see with your physical body, there's a filter. You know what I mean? For example, my eyes will pick up, they don't pick up everything. Only the obvious thing, invisible light, do my eyes pick up. Same with my ears. Some people, their spirit abilities are so increased that they can actually see when a non-human, non-terrestrial entity is roaming in the earth and it shouldn't be here. They can hear and see them clearly. Now, a lot of people don't have that ability. So what they do is they do spirit photography. They use special crystals and lenses with cameras in order to photograph the light waves, because you have lower light waves that move around evil spirits. You can actually photograph the demons. You also have sound waves you can highlight with magnets, all of that. You can actually hear the evil spirits speak. They call it spirit box sessions. It's even quite popular on YouTube. So there's a science behind them. I'm thinking, why do you want to deal with evil spirits, by the way? But anyway, they are around. But the thing is, I can clearly see it and all of that. Listen, as a human being, you are the spirit essence in your body. Your spirit essence looks a certain way and your body is molded after it. For example, me, the spirit being, I look exactly like this, but without the clothes, anything like that. And my body is shaped afterwards. Aging, getting white hair, all of that is the decline of the body that you can go against by having proper nutrients and all that in your life. You know what I mean? But the thing is, if you're stressed out or worried, your essence begins to deform as a human being. But because your body is slow to the fall of Adam, your body doesn't deform immediately. If I get stressed out, my body should turn into full wrinkles and with white hair immediately. But it's not because our bodies are slow. If I'm stressed out for long, then it begins to cause a decline in my appearance. You know what I mean? Because we have slow bodies. But the thing is, your essence changes immediately based on your mental and emotional state. So if you can see the spirit world, you don't see the essence of human beings when they walk around. So you can just zoom in on them and actually see how they actually look like. And let me tell you, in the Netherlands, a lot of people are either being possessed or oppressed. It's a big thing around here. And lately, the amount of evil spirits of women declines. So I don't know, maybe believers begin to do the work again, whatever. So that's good news. But the thing is, these entities are not that powerful. They're not impressive, y'all.
I don't think they'll ever get it right to go back to that time.
If you would be able to hear and see them, you would think, whatever pathetic joke is this? So these cults want you to think that the entities they worship are so powerful, so this and that. No, the only thing that's powerful is neglect of the human species that enables them to get away with these rituals. It's the only thing that's powerful. The entities they worship are not powerful at all, y'all. They are sick, with diseases, mentally gone, hateful of women. They're always fighting one another with weapons, awaiting doom in the lake of fire. That's what these entities are they're worshiping. Nothing important or powerful about it. But a lot of people follow movies. They're afraid of the occult. They're afraid of this. And I'm thinking, no, man, this ain't nothing. So I want to tell this to tell, listen, all these type of rituals are results of the human population underestimating ourselves. The moment we actually begin to value ourselves more as a species, these things cannot happen anymore. We want to have all these sellouts become having financial leverage over us and bossing us around like that.
True. Nadia says, best advice ever, don't fear anything. And indoctrination. Creamy Rose says there's likely correlation between the people that know this case and a high level of fearlessness. Yeah, that's the thing. You can't run around your life being scared. You can't, because if you truly believe, this is what I think. If you truly believe that you don't have a fear, because then you know that nothing can really harm you.
I mean, if these satanic groups are so powerful, how come they just abolish Christianity and abolish human rights just like why don't they just do it then? Why do you have to hide behind a Christian mosque? If you need to hide behind a Christian mosque, it means that whatever you're hiding behind is more powerful than you, so you need to fake like you're on their side.
Yeah, they're hiding, exactly. You're right, Yvonne. They want people to be scared. And, that's the thing. I see a lot of that with people. People fear things. People fear talking about things, or they become scared of what will happen if this, or what will happen if that, or I don't want to take an Uber, or I don't want to go there because, something bad might happen to me. And I always say this, if you seek the devil, you're going to find him. So stop looking for him, because if you leave your house every day and you know that your faith is strong, then basically, well, I don't know, this is for me, then I trust that I'm protected.
Listen, fear not. This ain't anything. Fear not. Fear not. Listen, these cults can only operate and have ease in areas where people are neglectful. In an area where people are actually upper communities don't even dare to set foot over there. They can't even set foot over there, y'all. So work on your communities. That's what I'm saying. Stop fighting demons. Stop even worried that they're going to lick a fight anyway. Focus on human beings who are alive right now.
And yes, Juan also says they want us divided, and I think that's kind of a lesson we all have to learn. That's why I kind of gave up. I don't want to argue with people, because you see, like this case in specific, amongst others, and the cults you speak about and all of that, it's caused a lot of division between people. You're going to go online, somebody says something, you don't agree with them, boom, fight breaks out. And you can see it in the comment section. I mean, you even have Christians fighting with other Christians.
Oh, I know about that.
This is how bad it's become. You'll have Christians fighting with other Christians.
What should happen is, we need to wonder, why are these on-the-world figures having so much finances and so much sway over us? Why? Why are we allowing this to happen to us? That's what conversation needs to go to. They want us to divide between the pro-burgers, as they call them, and the killers, or they want us to be divided between the pro-Trumpers, people who are not against men, they want politicization because it keeps people distracted and in negativity. And when it's not people in negativity, there's neglect, things that continue. If people start wondering, well, okay, why are so many people with a lot of finances reprobates? And why do we keep getting along with this? Why can't the good people and the quality around us have some finances now? People start talking like that, things it begins to crash down. And that's what needs to happen. Only them can prevent future things like this happening. That's the only way you can do it.
Right.
So
true.
Any other questions for me?
Any questions? Anybody got any questions? Florence says they need to thrive when people are divided and fighting. Yes, they do. And it makes them more money and it gives them more power and more things to do.
Oh, and by the way, they don't care about cash. They care about your soul being damaged is what they want.
That's what they want.
They want you to be damaged in your soul. They want you to be traumatized. That's what they want. They're willing to lose half their cash in order just to make you damaged, because that means the end is the worst you can feed all of you. That's all it is. Listen.
That's true. I think this is very, very, very good advice. So we should all, when you climb on or somebody starts to pick the fight, or once you're divided or confused, then
did Nadia ask a question to me? When do you
Nadia, what is your question, Nadia? My question. She's still gonna. When do you come back, Rashid?
I'm in the Netherlands. I'm in The Hague.
I think she means when are you coming back on the channel? I think.
Listen, I think people need to
dissect video again.
People need to dissect this live stream a little bit to process this, because I mean it's quite a sensitive and shocking things I've been speaking about. For me, it's just a normal topic. I have a channel with over 7,000 uploads, over 1,000 live streams. I think talk about heavy topics of this all the time. So for me, it's just that big topic. But I understand for you all, it can be a bit overwhelming. So we have to give your subscribers maybe a
yeah, she was saying when do you come back on here. But what I'm going to do, I'm going to link your channel to this video, so everybody can go and binge watch Rashid's channel, and then poll on here. I don't think I can.
Realize, I kind of behaved on this channel, but on my own channel, I'm a bit more direct about stuff. So be prepared. If you come to my channel.
No, you can be direct here. I'm not offended at all.
No. But just so people know, I'm addressing a lot of heavy topics up there. So just so people are prepared for the comment. Okay?
No, it's fine. We're not offended. I like people who are direct. Thank you for going and subbing there. And okay, Blue Rain's also gone and subbed, so you're gonna get some people coming to your channel. No, I don't mind. You don't have to hold back here. The only thing I hold back on is making an accusation towards anybody, because I don't want them to say that I'm being
you don't want to give any ammunition against you. Absolutely not. And we're not accusing anyone also. We're just examining things.
Well, we do have a right to ask questions, because I mean, it baffles people and we want to understand why this happens, and so yes, I think we should do another live again soon.
2 weeks at least, to give people time to process all of this.
I think everybody can watch, and then also give us time, because we've got I've got a few videos. I think Rashid's got a few videos that he's busy with, but we'll stay in touch.
Just know the rituals being planned right now that will unfold soon, even on the political level in the world. So everyone be prepared. I don't know all the details, but it's already happening. So expect some more scandals to come out from the United States around May or June, whatever. They're busy on things right now, but just stay relaxed. Stay relaxed. That's what I'm saying.
He's blue. He is my neighbor. Okay, so Nadia probably wants to come and visit you, but okay, that's fine. But thank you, Rashid. I really, really enjoyed everything that you were saying on the live. There is quite a lot to take in, so I think a lot of people can watch, and then I do believe there's a lot to add to this that we probably didn't even talk about in this 4 hours. Okay, good.
Okay, thanks for having me on. I need to get some supper now, and I'll talk to you all later, okay?
Okay, Richie, take care of yourself. I'll chat to you soon. Okay, everyone. So thank you for go over support Rashid's channel. If any of you have any questions for me, then let me know. Yeah, he doesn't. I like him a lot. He doesn't do any small talk. Shame he's gone, but go show some support. Thank you guys for being here. I really appreciate it. And what I was thinking of doing instead of doing a lot of pre-recorded videos is trying to do more live chats. So obviously, I'm still learning StreamYard and did too badly today. So let me know what you guys think. If you prefer more live chats, what time is good? It just depends on. Oh wow, thanks Nadia. I really appreciate that so much. I'll definitely try and get him on again. He's actually he's actually very good. I really liked him. I was quite surprised when he contacted me. But I need to figure out, guys, there's a mail in my description. So if any of you know how to be a mod, or you want to be a moderator or something like that, I just want to get into a schedule. There's a lot happening in the next 2-3 weeks on my end. That's why you'll see I haven't done many video uploads because it's a bit wild on this end of the world. But, also some personal things happening and work and, all that stuff that you have to also do in between. So I pretty much wish I could wake up and work on this case all day, but time doesn't always allow it. That's what I'm saying. I think what I might do is do a little bit more live chats. I'm gonna try and find a time that's good, and then maybe look out for my post, and I'll try and create a poll or something like that, and then I'm guessing it'll be around 8 or 9 in the morning my time, which if you guys are in US, it's probably going to be late night your time. Okay, so we'll figure that out. Anyway, thank you everybody. Thank you for everyone. Nadia, Blue Rain. I don't know who was watching still. But yeah, I hope you guys. Oh, thanks, Nadia. But yeah, no, of course, when you're in the chat, you are. It's not planned. I just don't know how the mod sticks and all that stuff works. So if anybody knows, then I'll figure it out. Appreciate it. Let's see how it goes. But anyway, I'm going to also hop off. Thank you guys for being here. And yeah, look out on my post. I'll keep you all posted. Love you guys. Have a good weekend. God bless and stay safe. No negative thoughts. Oh, wow. I'm trying to end the stream. Sorry.